this meeting to order. Je déclare cette...
I call this meeting to order.
Bienvenue à la
Welcome to the 10th meeting of the House of Commons Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic.
That today's proceedings will be televised in the same way as a typical sitting of the House. We'll now proceed to ministerial announcements. The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bonjour, Anin.
Hello.
Colleagues, I hope you're safe, I hope you're well, and I wish the same for your teams and for your loved ones. It's a privilege to be back in this House on this traditional territory that the Algonquin peoples have called home for so many generations. Let me begin by first recognizing and appreciating nurses on the front lines of this work. Last week, as a country, we mobilized to celebrate them. Let me thank the nurses who've been by the bedside of Sister Ruth Hennessy in Peterborough and saw her through her final moments. The nurses who were with my own grandmother in her own final moments. Nurses who are having very difficult conversations with their loved ones, explaining why they can't be close to them. We thank them, and we look forward to a day when their work and the demand on their services is lesser than it is today. It is my honor to stand in this House and pay tribute to the incredible women, past and present, who shape Canada, who've struggled to create change in systems that don't always welcome it, and who've pushed to create a stronger, fairer country, who have led the way in the strive for equality. Our government will continue to take our lead from those on the front lines of the efforts to advance equality. We have worked with them every step of the way since we formed government, and our plan is working because we're working with them. COVID-19 is a crisis unlike any other. It's hit women hardest, with jobs lost, women taking on more unpaid work than they already were for their kids as well as their elders. Women are the majority of those on the front lines of the fight against COVID. That includes nurses, of course, but also personal support workers, other healthcare workers, childcare workers, food sector workers, and social workers. The rates of domestic violence and gender-based violence were high in Canada pre-COVID, with a woman being killed by her intimate partner every 6 days. We were already moving ahead with a national action plan to address and prevent gender-based violence. We were already well poised to work with our territorial, provincial counterparts to make this happen. We were already adopting a trauma-informed, culturally sensitive, and intersectional approach. But what the pandemic has done is exacerbate the vulnerabilities of too many women and their children. COVID-19 has resulted in a shadow pandemic, exacerbating the issue of gender-based violence. As a result of the necessary isolation measures, coupled with the pressures people are experiencing, many of our partners on the front lines are telling us that the rates and severity of violence has increased. At the same time, some organizations are telling us that things are eerily quiet. This is especially true in more rural and remote parts of this country, too many of whom are without access to high-speed internet. The isolation measures in place mean that some women are unable to seek help due to increased scrutiny and control, compounded by a lack of access to friends, extended families, community centers, schools, places of worship. And in too many instances, they are trapped at home with their abusers. But just because we can't see it does not mean it's not happening. This pandemic has not made the violence stop. It's driven it further underground. We may not be able to see it, but we know it's happening. Too many may not be aware that support organizations are open and are ready to help. Help is available. You don't need to stay at home if your home is not a safe home. To ensure these organizations are able to continue their critical work at this important time, our government announced $50 million to support them. $40 million being delivered through my own department and $10 million being delivered through the Department of Indigenous Services Canada. I thank my colleague there for his strong partnership. $23 million has been provided to Women's Shelters Canada and the Canadian Women's Foundation, who worked quickly to get money into the bank accounts of frontline organizations. I thank Lise Martin and Paulette Senior for their effective leadership. Payments began to flow in April, and as of today, I can confirm that 422 women's shelters and 89 sexual assault centers have received funding. We've, of course, reached a separate agreement with the Government of Quebec, who are receiving $6.4 million in federal funding to flow to their frontline organizations. Those funds were transferred to the province in early May. We're deeply grateful to women's and equality-seeking organizations across the country providing services to women and to vulnerable children. They're providing critical supports, and we will continue to support them so that they can continue to be there for women and children in their hour of need. Organizations are using these funds to keep their staff paid, to keep their doors open, and to ensure that the most vulnerable in communities across the country have a place to turn to. The money is helping them to assist them in purchasing cleaning supplies, personal protective equipment to protect workers and those they serve, securing additional laptops and software so that they can support their clients remotely, and allow for necessary physical distancing measures. An additional $10 million will be distributed to address gaps and support hundreds of other organizations. All eligible organizations will receive funding by early June, and I will have more to share with my colleagues and with Canadians in the coming days. If your home is not a safe home for you or for your family, you don't have to stay. Reach out to a local organization directly or talk to someone you trust to discuss your options and to plan your exit. Visit sheltersafe.ca. If you or someone you know is in immediate danger, call 911 or your local emergency services. There are people answering crisis lines across the country, and they can help you, even if you have only a few minutes to talk, including the Kids Helpline. You can reach them at 1-800-668-6868. If you can't speak on the phone, Signal for Help is a simple one-handed sign you can use during a video call. It can help you silently show that you need help and want someone to check in with you in a safe way. Put your palm to the camera and tuck your thumb. Trap your thumb. If you see someone signaling for help, call and ask them open-ended questions like, are you okay? Do you want me to call 911? Do you want me to check in with you regularly? Visit the Canadian Women's Foundation website for more detail. They have created this hand signal. No one should have to live through violence, whether it's physical, psychological, financial, or sexual. I want to assure all those impacted by gender-based violence, and indeed all Canadians, that we will continue to be there for you throughout the pandemic, and as we move forward together, things will get better. Merci.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Ms. Densher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be back in the House representing the people of Kildonan and St. Paul. They elected me to fight for everyday Canadians, and I've been working hard to deliver that to them during this devastating pandemic. I'm proud to say the Conservative team has made real progress over the last 2 months advocating for people left behind by this government. And before I get started, I would like to sincerely thank my Conservative colleagues from Elgin, Middlesex, London, and Calgary Skyview, as well as our Shadow Minister of Employment, on their excellent work advocating for Canadian women. This Liberal government has left many women behind during this pandemic, and were it not for the dedication and perseverance of my colleagues, many would still be without support. They are making real change in the lives of Canadian women, and I'm proud to serve alongside them. And while I thank the Minister for Women and Gender Equality for providing us with an update on how previously announced funding is being spent, I have grave concern for the vulnerable women's organization whose funding has been cut by her government and must be restored. And this is very troubling, Mr. Chair, because the true heroes are on the front lines working tirelessly every day during this pandemic to support Canada's most vulnerable women and girls. And yet last week, we learned 9 organizations across Canada that support women who are victims of sex trafficking were hit with the devastating news that this government was cutting their funding. Organizations like the London Women's Abused Women's Centre, the federal government cut their funding for programming that worked to stop sex trafficking for women and girls. By the end of May, they will no longer be able to provide sex trafficking counselling to women in need in London. This is devastating news because this program provided support to over 3,000 women and girls over 5 years. This program was originally funded under the previous Conservative government. Executive Director of the London Abused Women's Centre, Megan Walker, has bravely stood up against the Liberal government's cuts. Her recent remarks really hit home for me. "I feel sick," she said. "All we know is there's no funding for programs like this across the country. The individuals that are going to suffer are sometimes the most marginalized in society, women and girls who are forced into the sex trade to do horrendous things. It's actually really heartbreaking." The Conservatives agree wholeheartedly with Megan, and we stand with her and the 8 other organizations across Canada that have had their funding cut and will no longer be able to support vulnerable women as they did before this government's cuts. The Minister mentioned in her remarks that $10 million of previously announced funds will be redistributed to, as she said, address gaps. But, this sounds nice, but there's no real details or any commitments being made to these organizations. Meanwhile, women's groups are reporting that sex trafficking has been on the rise in this pandemic. I'm sure many of these groups will hear the Minister's remarks today. She could take the opportunity in the House any time to announce the funding will be restored to these 9 organizations. And really, it would be quite simple for this government, given that they're shoveling billions of dollars out the door every day. This is really just a drop in the bucket for these organizations, but would mean the world of difference to them. I hope the Minister makes the choice to put these organizations at ease, stand up in the House today, on the record, and restore their funding. If the Minister does choose to do this, it may provide more public confidence in her government on their ability to support women impacted by the pandemic, which is important because, as she well knows, the economic impact to Canadians has been especially severe for women. There were just over 3 million jobs lost in March and April alone, with women facing a higher rate of unemployment, according to Statistics Canada. Female employment dropped 17% compared to 14% for men, with women 15 to 24 years old suffering the biggest drop at 38% decline of employment. In my home province of Manitoba, 56% of Manitobans who lost their job between February and April were women, compared to 44% of men. The hospitality, retail, and restaurant sectors, which primarily employ women, have been at a standstill since mid-March, as we well know, which has forced many women to apply for the CERB because the government's rollout of the wage subsidy program has not been effective, and worse, their slow rollout and the complicated arbitrary red tape restrictions on program funding has shut out many female entrepreneurs in my riding from government support. And shamefully, this government originally left out expectant mothers who lost their job as a result of the pandemic. They were unable to access the CERB for over a month. Many pregnant women faced losing portions of their maternity benefits that they were planning to use after their babies were born. Conservatives have heard their concerns and held this government accountable on behalf of expectant mothers, and changes were made. A victory for Canadian women. Over the past week, our Conservative team has been calling on the government to find a solution for women whose ex-partners cannot provide spousal support. Women face thousands of dollars in lost spousal payments, and they do not qualify for the CERB, but the courts are not enforcing the payment of these spousal support payments. The Prime Minister's response to this urgent issue was simply, really, to ignore the women across Canada facing the prospect of paying their rent or putting food on the table for their children. The Minister does not have to wait another month to make a statement in the House in support of women. She can commit today to work with opposition members to find a solution for women facing severe shortfalls because of lost child support payments. Canadians have seen firsthand when the government works together with the Conservative opposition, Canada's women and families benefit. Just last week, in fact, the Minister of Employment announced that much-needed benefits like the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the Canada Child Benefit, the GST-HST credit would not be cut off for individuals and parents who do not file their taxes by June 1st. So those that don't get their paperwork in won't be automatically have their benefits cut off. And I am pleased that the Minister considered and accepted this policy change proposal by my Conservative colleague, the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. His work will benefit millions of Canadians. Before I conclude, I would like to bring to the Minister's attention an issue I've raised with her department before. The only federal Women and Gender Equality Regional Office in Western Canada is in Edmonton. As of last year, the 6 dedicated staff have helped women organizations deliver programming in the Yukon, in the Northwest Territories, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. I know the Minister would agree that Western Canadian women need more support than this. The scale of the challenges facing women during this pandemic in Manitoba is daunting. We have the largest number of children in care per capita in the world, with over 10,000 children in the child welfare system, over 90% of which are Indigenous. Additionally, gender-based violence continues to be a persistent issue in the prairies, particularly in Manitoba, where women face among the highest rates of domestic violence in the country. Just this past Friday, Mary Morin, a Winnipeg woman, was murdered, allegedly by her partner, in what police called an act of domestic violence. Manitoba women and girls need support. They need more help. I would ask that the Minister consider opening a Women and Gender Regional Office in Manitoba so that the federal government can do its part to better support my province's most vulnerable women and girls. The women's organizations who support vulnerable women in Manitoba are working overtime during this pandemic. It's really incredible, actually. And I'm so proud of the hard work organizations in my riding are doing to support our communities, like Marymount, which is a safe place where young, vulnerable girls can go to heal and be supported and loved. These organizations are so important, and I urge the government to do everything it can to support them during this challenging time. To conclude, given our important discussion today concerning victims of sex trafficking, I would be remiss if I did not give sincere thanks and acknowledgement to the former Conservative Member of Parliament for my riding, Kildonan St. Paul, Joyce Smith, who made Canadian history as the first sitting MP to amend the Criminal Code twice, both times to better protect victims of human trafficking with mandatory minimum sentencing for traffickers of children, and to better protect Canadian citizens and permanent residents abroad from trafficking and exploitation. Joyce Smith continues to do phenomenal work on this file, and I'm truly honoured to carry the torch in Kildonan St. Paul in the House of Commons to advocate for Canada's most vulnerable women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we're going to continue with Ms. Chabot. Good morning, Chair, Minister. Everything okay? I'd like to thank you for your speech about women. There are exceptional women, many of them. There are exceptional women everywhere. Some are confined in a whirlwind of uncertainty and disorganization. We see them in the front lines, in social services, in long-term care homes, in grocery stores, taking care of those who are ill. And we also see them alone at home. While gender equality is still far from being achieved, this pandemic is aggravating a situation that is already problematic. Yes, this pandemic underscores women's realities, and even before this pandemic, poverty, social housing, safe and quality social housing, the question of seniors, caregivers, healthcare workers and essential workers, all these situations were mostly represented by women. Therefore, this situation is further aggravating a situation that is already problematic because women are affected the most by the economic consequences of COVID-19 and by the social consequences of this pandemic. Already at risk are women, mostly, both physically, financially, socially, and psychologically. In Canada, nearly 90% of healthcare workers in hospitals are women. Roughly 80% of caregivers that we mentioned yesterday, nurses, are women. Most of natural caregivers are women, 77% of them, and they're generally over 45 years of age. They have a higher life expectancy. They outlive their spouses. Seniors are also mostly women who live alone. Despite the fact that they stay in school longer than men, they still represent 3/4 of part-time workers. They are having a hard time balancing work-life balances because most of them take care of most of the domestic activities at home. And there are other factors that explain this lack of equality. There are sectors where women are overrepresented, for example, in hotels and restaurant sectors, retail. They're mostly part-time workers. Women don't occupy these jobs out of choice, but because they don't have any other choices. And the sociologists tell us that women also earn less than men. And this, even though in law this is not the case by law, but this is the case, this is the reality of the situation. I'd also like to say that women have a harder time being qualified for employment insurance. If I'm telling you all these figures, this is because if we look at things through a feminine lens, we have to realize that this is a problem that existed well before this crisis. The employment minister in their mandate letter has this as a responsibility. The employment minister in their mandate letter also has to ensure that they work with the provinces and territories to ratify the harassment convention that was signed in 2019. This is also a commitment we have to take. Stats Canada is going to public figures shortly saying that 1 out of 10 women is concerned that they're facing violence at home, and that many women feel that they will face domestic violence. So this is a rather serious issue. These are situations where we have to keep in mind that we really have to underscore the role of women and also remember that women's employment, their reality, and their right to equality is something we have to work at every day. We have to keep this in mind, notably during this crisis. Well, there's a social image and a financial one. We have to always remember that this government has to remain committed in its financial and economic policies, in its social policies. It has to be, well, because it made a commitment to do a gender-based equality analysis. So with every action we take, we have to ask ourselves, are we being discriminatory towards women, or are we being fair to ensure that this discrimination ends? Our entire society has to work to defend women, and I think it's even more important now that we bear this in mind. Women who are working, who are on the front lines, who we weren't talking about before, who we weren't taking care of, and now we see how important their work is. The importance of women's work. Well, we shouldn't just tell them thank you. We can't just tell them, well, you're doing a good job. We can't just tell them we need them. We also have to recognize them, not just on one day of the year, not just during our crisis, but we have to recognize them every day as essential to our society. Thank you very much.
We'll now go to Ms. Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We stand at a pivotal moment, a moment that will be looked back on, how Canadian society and the global community banded together to help one another to fight an invisible enemy. Hard decisions had to be made, and with the spirit of collaboration, parliamentarians have come together to deliver programs that are helping millions of Canadians weather the storm of the pandemic. But, Mr. Speaker, while we are all in the same storm, we are not all in the same boat, and sadly, many are taking on water. COVID-19 has exposed the many cracks in our system and highlighted the millions of Canadians that were struggling before the pandemic even began. I think of the many people in my constituency who have no access to health benefits, and with fewer employers offering benefits, people are having to pay out of pocket for needed medications. There are those workers who are deemed essential who fear falling ill as they have no sick leave, and with poverty-level minimum wages, they struggle to pay rent and put food on the table. There are seniors struggling on fixed incomes that see the cost of everyday goods continue to rise and the money they receive from their pensions covering less. I often speak to younger Canadians who do not even know what a workplace pension is because they are becoming increasingly rare. And Mr. Speaker, daily I speak with women who face incredible barriers that generations of women have been fighting to tear down, yet they still stand. Those barriers existed through government after government. Those barriers continue to stand under this Liberal government. You can forgive those who are discouraged by the fact that they still must fight the battles of generations past, despite it being 2020. While we are still experiencing the effects of COVID-19, there is hope that we will soon see the other side of this pandemic. At that time, we will stand at the crossroads, and we'll have to decide how we go forward. What kind of Canada do we want to see? Already, like clockwork, you can count on those in the right wing siren the call for austerity and devastating agenda of cuts that will prolong the sufferings of Canadians and what they are already feeling. I hear from women's organizations and charities about the kinds of supports they need. They and I humbly propose a different vision from the same old neoliberal agenda that is on offer. One where the government stops the project-based funding model for organizations that support women and charities. That model has forced organizations to continuously address the symptomatic problems women and marginalized Canadians face rather than address the real issues. We need to change how we fund these organizations. Until we get back to offering consistent, reliable, core funding, we cannot begin to address the systemic barriers that keep so many people down. In my home of London, Ontario, we saw a clear example of this just last week. Funding that was allocated for organizations to provide long-term support to trafficked and sexually exploited women and girls are being cut. These women already face incredible trauma and abuse. They need support and stability, and the government is taking it away because the project has ended. Except people don't live in projects with hard timelines. I fear for the women who will come after, who are fleeing violence and now have fewer places to turn to because of the actions of this feminist government. Mr. Speaker, because of the models of funding the governments have put in place, they starve women's organizations. They have to scramble to find whatever funding they can to deliver the critical supports that they offer our communities across this country. Short-term funding can't solve long-term problems. Sadly, because of COVID-19, when more is being asked of them, when supports are needed the most, their ability to raise money has all but vanished. These organizations, like many Canadians, don't have rainy day funds. They don't own the buildings that they are in, and they are scrambling to keep the lights on while helping people who desperately need it. We can help them so that we can help Canadians. We need a government that will take some bold steps and show some courage. Another simple but effective measure that can help women now and going forward is for Canada to establish paid domestic violence leave. From the government's own data, domestic violence accounted for 30% of all police-reported violent crime in Canada in 2017. 8 out of 10 times women were the victims. Many women and the most marginalized not only suffer at the hands of their abusers, but also suffer significant financial costs when they are trying to escape. We can and should put in whatever financial backing we can to help those who are fleeing that violence. What we need is a government that has the political will to do it. Mr. Speaker, women are still not equal in the workplace. Of course, we see this in a variety of ways. I'll quote the former Member of Parliament for Regina Capel and the 5th woman ever elected to the House of Commons, Gladys Strum. She said, "I submit to the House that no one has ever objected to women working. The only thing they have ever objected to is paying women for working." For every 10 jobs that have been lost due to COVID-19, 6 were lost by women. And we have seen the extreme toll that takes. We have also seen women laid off, unable to acquire the needed hours to receive maternity benefits. Every week I have expectant mothers reach out to my office asking what will happen to them in a post-pandemic world where they are unable to return to work and fall short of the hours they need to claim the benefits they need. There are many ways the work that women do goes unrecognized. Because of old, tired views of what constitutes work, enshrined by outdated laws and regulations, a lot of work is unpaid, overlooked, and taken for granted. With children out of school, the home has become the daycare or school. With a lack of supports for seniors at home, often the responsibility of care falls on women. While we've made a lot of progress since MP Strum said those words in this House in 1945, when it comes to recognizing the work of women and pay equity, a lot more needs to be done. Around 56% of women are employed in occupations involving the 5 Cs: caring, clerical, catering, cashiering, and cleaning. The differences in how female-dominated occupations are valued relative to male-dominated jobs contribute to gender-based pay inequality. Right now, Canadian women make 32% less than men, and the gap is even wider for racialized women, immigrant women, women with disabilities, and Indigenous women. Respect for Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people must be at the core of a new Crown Indigenous relationship. But for too many Indigenous women, systemic discrimination and violence continues to be a reality. After the Conservatives refused to address the tragedy of murdering and missing Indigenous women for almost a decade, the Liberal government finally launched a long-overdue inquiry, but then set it up with a limited mandate and failed to adequately care for the families who courageously shared their stories. The inquiry's finding of a genocide against Indigenous women in Canada demands action from all Canadians. The report from the National Inquiry must not sit on a shelf. The government needs to work in partnership with Indigenous women, the families of murdered and missing, and the communities to implement the inquiry's call for justice and the calls to action brought forward by communities. Mr. Speaker, as more and more businesses are slowly allowed to reopen, people need to know they can return to work safely. They need to know their children will be cared for and kept safe. Many people don't have the privilege of working from home, and the government has a responsibility to guarantee them more security and supports. People have sacrificed so much, and Canadians did this in good faith. They put the needs of their communities first so we could weather this storm. The government must make public their plan to transition into our next phase so that those sacrifices are not wasted. With bold thinking and political courage, we could bring forward some exciting new realities. Let's make workplaces safer and give workers 10 mandatory days of paid sick leave. Let's make childcare available, affordable, and accessible. Canadians want to go back to work. Let's make sure that when they go back, they can stay safe and stay healthy. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of choices ahead of us. We can ensure a Canada that removes the barriers women and marginalized people face so that they can meet their full potential. We can address the core funding crisis women's organizations and charities face. We can work to change the laws to recognize all the many ways women work and contribute to our economy and society. We can address pay equity, an issue that is long overdue. And we can redefine relationships with Indigenous communities across Canada. We can move forward in a positive, progressive way. We can make further investments in the people who make up the neighborhoods, organizations, and communities we love. They are our foundations. They are our anchor. It is certainly never too late to invest in people and the programs that reinforce our society. That ship hasn't sailed. In fact, the tide is just coming in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next statement goes to Mr. Manley. Mr. Manley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. To them, I say miigwech. Ideally, this response to the Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality on behalf of the Green Party would be given to the Honourable Member from Fredericton. But I'm on parliamentary duty today for the Green Party caucus, and I will humbly do my best to speak to this issue. Honourable members in this House may have noticed I wear a moose hide square on my jacket. The Moose Hide Campaign is a grassroots movement of Indigenous and non-Indigenous men and boys who are standing against violence towards women and children. The campaign was started in 2011 by Paul Lacerte, a member of the Carrier First Nation, and his daughter Raven. The idea came to them during a hunting trip on the traditional territory along the Highway of Tears, a stretch of highway in northern BC where many Indigenous women have been murdered or gone missing. Since the day Paul and Raven were inspired to start the Moose Hide campaign, more than 1 million Moose Hide squares have been distributed. The Moose Hide Square is meant to be a conversation starter, a way to engage men and to speak out against violence. As men, we have a responsibility to address the issue of violence towards women and children. It is up to us to promote peer-to-peer accountability and do the work required to end the cycle of violence. Some Canadian households have managed to turn social isolation experience into meaningful, positive family time with board games, craft projects, family cooking, adventures, and more. But for many women and children, home is not a safe place at the best of times. Social isolation, financial difficulties, and alcohol consumption have all contributed to an increase in violence against women and children. In the Nanaimo Ladysmith organizations like Haven Society, Island Crisis Care Society, and the Society for Equity, Inclusion, and Advocacy are on the front line of this crisis. I want to thank them for their work, helping women and children escape violence and abuse and supporting families on their healing journey. The increase in gender-based violence is one example of the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women. In the time I have today, I will highlight some other examples. The pandemic has laid bare the inequalities in our society. It has laid bare our blind spots because the things that are most deeply entrenched are often the most difficult to see. As a nation, we watched Italy run out of ventilators and the world turned soccer fields into makeshift hospitals. Struck by the image of doctors and nurses struggling to keep pace, we quickly saw that Canada's own underfunded healthcare system was up against. In a rush to prepare, surgeries were cancelled and dentist appointments postponed. We hung up rainbows, banged pots and pans, said goodbye to family, friends, colleagues, and our neighbors. Unwilling to stand idle and allow the healthcare system to collapse, governments of all levels, parties of all stripes, and citizens from across the country committed to flattening the curve. In a frenzy to order more ventilators and clear more hospital beds, we overlooked where we would be hit the hardest. And COVID-19 left a path of devastation in long-term care facilities across the nation. The pandemic revealed gross negligence and inequality in the management and hiring practices of privately owned long-term care facilities. Ownership changes led to contract flipping and union decertification. Workers were laid off and then rehired part-time for lower wages and no benefits. These healthcare workers, the vast majority of them women, were compelled to work at multiple facilities to make ends meet. Allowing these workers to be devalued and exploited to increase profit margins created conditions that led to the rapid spread of COVID-19 from one long-term care facility to another. This has been one of the harshest lessons of this crisis. 81% of the COVID-19 related deaths in Canada have been associated with long-term care facilities. The private for-profit care facilities were hit the hardest. The frontline workers we bang pots and pans for every night are predominantly women. They are nurses, technicians, care aides, kitchen staff, and cleaners in our healthcare system and long-term care facilities. They are low-wage workers in essential services. Their work is often unseen and unacknowledged. It's important that we cheer for them, but it's even more important that we ensure they receive fair compensation for their work. Mr. Speaker, while the government has provided a lifeline to many Canadians who lost work as a result of COVID-19, too many are still struggling to keep their heads above water. Last week, the Canadian Women's Chamber of Commerce and the Dream Legacy Foundation released the results of a national survey of close to 350 diverse entrepreneurs, including women, visible minorities, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, refugees, and immigrants. They found that these business owners are experiencing greater impacts resulting from the COVID-19 crisis than other segments of the population. 53% of women entrepreneurs reported an additional burden of childcare compared to 12% of male entrepreneurs. 61% of women-owned businesses reported loss of contracts, customers, and clients. In contrast, 34% of businesses across Canada reported cancellation of contracts. In Nanaimo, Ladysmith, I've heard from countless business owners who are experiencing COVID-related loss of revenue. I know that even with the government assistance, many businesses will not survive this crisis. Most of the micro business owners I've heard from are women. Many of them have reported that they are unable to access government assistance. Many of the small business operators who are telling me that their businesses are unlikely to survive through this year are women. I'm thinking of a newly opened restaurant that doesn't have enough of a business track record to access help and is hanging on by a thread. I'm thinking of a daycare operator who qualified for provincial assistance funding to cover her business fixed costs, only to discover that she is now ineligible for the CERB and cannot afford her personal costs of living. As Canada recovers, we cannot afford another misstep. We must think of those who are vulnerable, those who have fallen through the cracks. Yesterday, my colleague, the honourable member from Fredericton, stated that she spoke with the leadership of the Native Women's Association of Canada. They told her that they did not feel heard within this government. They expressed frustration with the red tape and colonial criteria of funding applications. They told her they wrote to the Prime Minister last month to express their disappointment in being left out of critical decisions. My honourable colleague asked, in light of the approaching one-year anniversary of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry report, and considering the recent spike in Indigenous women experiencing violence due to COVID-19, would the Minister commit to direct solid core funding for the Native Women's Association of Canada? Very few Canadians are aware that one of the top recommendations of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls is to create a guaranteed annual livable income for all Canadians, taking into account diverse needs, realities, and geographic locations. In 2 short months, the idea of a guaranteed livable income has gone from a relatively obscure policy discussion to a mainstream debate. It's an idea that has gained support across the political spectrum. Spain recently announced its intention to institute such a program. A guaranteed livable income would reduce inequality in this country and alleviate many of the social issues associated with inequality. I urge the government to give it the serious consideration it deserves. We must invest properly in the structures that hold us together, or we risk our country coming apart. I want to see our commitment to protect our healthcare system from being overburdened mirrored in our response to the mental health crisis, to the housing crisis, to the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and the crisis of domestic violence. Too many Canadians are falling between the cracks, and a disproportionate number of them are women. We in this Parliament can make policy choices that will flatten the curve of inequality in this country and around the world. That is a curve I want to see flattened. Thank you.
We'll now proceed to presenting petitions for a period not exceeding 15 minutes. J'aimerais rappeler aux députés.
I would like to remind the members that petitions presented during a meeting of the special committee must have already been certified by the clerk of petitions.
The member has presented their petitions. We ask that they please come and drop off their petition to the table. Presenting petitions, Mr. Jennis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to be presenting 4 petitions today. The first petition is in support of Bill S-204, which opposes organ harvesting and trafficking. While organ harvesting from unwilling prisoners is a well-documented phenomenon in China, the World Health Organization, under its current leadership, has actually praised China's organ transplant system. For example, Francis Dalmanoko, chairman of the Organ Transplantation Task Force at WHO, said at the end of last year, the biggest feature of the Chinese experience in organ transplantation is the strong support support from the Chinese government, which is an example that many countries should follow. This is another demonstration of how the capture of the WHO by the Chinese state requires scrutiny and accountability, but petitioners believe that Canada must act in the meantime to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking by passing Bill S-204. The second petition deals with the terrible persecution of Afghanistan's dwindling Sikh and Hindu minority community. On March 25th, dozens of people were killed by a suicide bomber who attacked a prominent Gurdwara. After this, the funerals of the victims were also attacked. I join with petitioners in calling on the Immigration Minister to create a special program to allow the direct sponsorship of vulnerable minorities. Petitioners note that the community in Canada is ready to act, to put up the money and provide the support, but the government must create the mechanism by which this sponsorship can occur. And I want to note that the member for Cloverdale-Langley City has been leading on this issue by also sponsoring an e-petition 2501 for those who want to sign it. The third petition deals with Government Bill C-7. Petitioners are very concerned that the government is seeking to remove safeguards that they once thought were vital associated with the euthanasia regime. In particular, petitioners are concerned about the fact that the government is trying to eliminate the 10-day reflection period which normally exists prior to a person receiving euthanasia. The fourth petition and final one, Mr. Chair, deals with human rights concerns internationally, in particular in Pakistan and Thailand. Petitioners highlight the plight of Pakistani asylum seekers who are in Thailand. It calls on the government to do more to support these vulnerable asylum seekers and also to seek the repeal or reform of Pakistan's blasphemy laws, which are often used perversely against minority communities. It's important that we not forget about vital international human rights issues, especially when crackdowns may be worsening in the midst of this pandemic. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Ms. Finley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is urging the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan. The recent bombing in early July there killed leaders from both the Sikh and Hindu communities in Afghanistan and demonstrates their ongoing vulnerabilities, especially since these leaders were on their way to meet the President. These Sikh and Hindu communities are ready to sponsor Afghan minority refugees, and we put this petition forward today in order to urge a change in approach. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition.
The Honourable Mr. Barcelo-Duval. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I table petition number E-2429. This is a petition that seeks to create an immigration ombudsman. We have seen a lot of cases in the ridings, people who were frustrated by files that had been mishandled by public servants. They are looking for additional protections with regard to these files, have a second look of these files and the way that immigration files are handled. Of course, I must also add that this is a wish that is expressed by other colleagues as well. There is a feeling that MPs' offices become ombudsmen's offices when there is a problem, and therefore the MPs' offices are being a Service Canada office. So it's not our role to do all of these processes to ensure that people can get government services. In an ideal world, it would be better, we believe, to ensure that the Quebec government could fully handle its immigration system.
Presenting petitions, Mr. Manley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first one is calling upon the government to issue a statement condemning the People's Republic of China's persecution of Falun Dafa practitioners, and they request that the Minister of the Crown for Citizenship and Immigration list the PRC as a refugee source country, thereby allowing swifter accommodation for those fleeing its persecution. The second petition I have here is from many of my constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. They want us to follow the example of the European Union, and they're calling on the government to ban the sale and or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada moving forward. Thank you.
Petitions, Mr. Barrett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Following on the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I also would like to present a petitioner where the signatories have grave concerns with respect to human trafficking in organs. Now, as the member stated, people and Canadians can be rightly concerned with the WHO's endorsement of the practices that are currently being undertaken by the state in China. And so we're looking for support for Bill S-204, and thank you very much.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petition.
We'll now proceed to the questions of Minister. Veuillez noter que nous...
Please note that we will suspend the proceedings every 45 minutes in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Scheer.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are slowly returning to work and are expecting their elected representatives to do the same. Next week, Quebec's National Assembly will sit 3 times a week and then 4 times a week in June. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians why he believes that we should not go back to work here in the House of Commons? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for a number of weeks, we've been sitting 3 times a week, twice virtually, to allow all MPs across the country, not just those who live in Ottawa, to be able to take part in the sittings of the House and represent their constituents. We will continue to ensure that our Parliament can function even if this is a pandemic crisis.
The Prime Minister knows that the House is not sitting normally. This is a committee of the whole. It's not the normal way that the House of Commons does its business, and the Prime Minister should acknowledge that. Mr. Speaker, I've raised the issue of Brant Tractor in my riding numerous times with the Prime Minister, and I'd like to do so again today because as Conservatives have been asking for weeks for the Liberals to amend the wage subsidy to allow companies that have acquired another company to compare their revenues based on the combined revenues of those 2 previous companies. Last week, the government announced a change to eligibility to the wage subsidy for companies formed by an amalgamation, but not for acquisitions. There are many employees whose jobs depend on the answer to this question, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether these same rules will be extended to acquisitions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the Honourable Member's first comment, these are not normal times. We are in a pandemic situation where Canadians are having to adjust many different ways. And at the same time, it is important that we keep our parliamentary institutions going, that we provide opportunities for MPs to ask questions on behalf of their constituents of the government. And that's why we have had 3 sittings a week over the past number of weeks. In regards to the business in the member opposite's riding, I can highlight that finance officials have been in touch with that company, and we continue to look at ways of closing further gaps. Even as we've helped millions of Canadians and hundreds of thousands of companies, there is more to do, and we will keep working on that.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, in March of 2019, the rating agency Fitch issued a warning about Canada's overall government debt level. They said that Canada's gross general government debt remains close to a level that is, quote, incompatible with AAA status. Now, we all know what that means. If our credit is downgraded, that will mean that taxpayers will pay more to service the cost of that debt. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how much it will cost Canadians in additional debt servicing charges if Canada's credit rating is downgraded?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are only 2 G7 countries that have unanimous AAA credit ratings for their economic and fiscal management going into this crisis. That is Germany and Canada. We have a perfect score in terms of credit agencies because we have managed to keep our debt as a size of our GDP under control. We were responsible over the past 5 years, which means that when this pandemic has hit us, we have had the means to invest to help directly millions upon millions of Canadians who needed that help.
Mr. Scheer.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the exact opposite is true. Remember, when this government was first elected, they promised that the deficits would be small and temporary, just $10 billion a year for 4 years. Then they had to throw away that metric, and they said, well, as long as our debt to GDP ratio remains constant, that would be okay. Well, we all know that the economic output has shrunk. Meanwhile, the spending, even before this pandemic, was going through the roof. Remember, it was this government that said Loblaws deserved $12 million for new fridges, and MasterCard, a credit card company, deserved $50 million in corporate bailouts. This government made Canada weak heading into this pandemic, and all this additional spending that is being borrowed to provide assistance to Canadians is coming on the heels of record deficits and is hurting Canada's ability to maintain its credit rating. Now, one of the ways that you can protect your credit rating is if you show the people you owe the money to how you're going to pay it back. So is the government willing to provide Canadians with an update as to how they will get Canada's fiscal track back under control when this pandemic is over?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's deja vu all over again. We've heard yet again the same economic arguments that the Conservatives have been making for years. They made them in the 2015 election, where we proposed to invest in Canadians, and they talked about debt reduction and austerity. They lost that election. Then in 2019, after 4 years of demonstrating that investing in Canadians not only could create over 1 million new jobs, but lift over 1 million Canadians out of poverty, they continued to make those same tired arguments and were rejected once again by Canadians. We have demonstrated that fiscal responsibility, that managing our finances properly while investing in Canadians has been the responsible thing to do and left us the fiscal firepower to invest in Canadians during this pandemic.
Nous allons continuer maintenant.
We will now continue with Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Blanchet. Thank you, Chair. We had agreed to put in place special rules so that we could ensure that we would have representation of each political party, 32 MPs, and I would invite us to count how many we are. The NDP is respecting the numbers. The Bloc Québécois is respecting the numbers. The Green Party is also respecting the number. The others are not. Either this is equal, or it's safety, or it's both. And it's not right now. So, that said, why have an agreement when you're not going to respect it? The government made 2 very formal commitments on April 29th with regard to creating incentives for jobs for people who are getting the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. This has not been resolved or respected, and yet had been said very clearly. One moment, please. There is a point of order. Inaudible for the interpreter. One moment, please, Mr. Blanchet. There is a point of order.
I believe that it's consistent with parliamentary tradition to not comment on specific MPs that are or are not present within the House.
And it's interesting you bring that up. It's a discussion I had while it was said. Je m'excuse, Monsieur Blanchet.
I apologize, Mr. Blanchet. I will continue in a moment.
Because it was a little bit in a roundabout way, but it was not directly referring to anybody in the room or referring to a group. It was more proportionality. So it was kind of borderline, but it's not quite a point of order. It's not quite sustainable, but it is something that is a concern. Je m'excuse, Monsieur Blanchet.
I apologize, Mr. Blanchet. You may continue. I wasn't saying the absences or presences. I was just saying the situation proportionally. The government had made 2 commitments that had voted on in the House and 4 in the House. These have not been respected. We had talked about next Monday. We'll have to vote together. And the government has asked us in a communication, what do you want? And as usual, we are a party that makes proposals, and we said what we wanted in a very clear way in a press release, as well as the leaders speaking about that communication. I would suggest that we start over and we say, okay, we want to resolve something. We want to do something for the good of everyone in Canada and Quebec. We must ensure that everybody is respected in terms of what they're saying. Otherwise, it makes no sense. And I want to ask the Prime Minister if he's heard what the Bloc Québécois has said with regard to respecting people's voice here in the House. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's very important to follow the commitments made, and I want to ensure the MPs no matter what figures are present for the debate or in the committee, if there's ever a vote, we will absolutely respect, as has been said, the necessary numbers to ensure that Parliament can function and we can respect proportionality as agreed in the House effectively. This is extremely important in a time of crisis as this one, to continue to sit as a Parliament and to demonstrate to Canadians that they can have confidence in their institutions and our democracy, and that is why the work is continuing to be done. We have been sitting 3 times a week, twice virtually, and once in person since the beginning of the crisis in order to ensure that we can continue to debate the important measures that we are delivering to Canadians across the country. We will continue to work with all the parties in the House to ensure that we can continue to demonstrate the strength of those institutions and our democracy, even during a difficult time. And even because of this difficult time, it is important to demonstrate the confidence that Canadians can have in their MPs. And that is exactly the work that we are continuing to do. Mr. Blanchet, we know that there's also health concerns in terms of the number of people. The government made 2 formal commitments and did not respect them. So I'm asking a question. If we do make a commitment to offer particular powers to a government and it doesn't keep its commitment, why should we give them special powers? That's just a question of, just makes sense. So I'm asking this to the Prime Minister because he asked us in writing what we wanted, and we said, here's what we want. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Absolutely, Chair. We're going to continue to work with all members of this House to better serve Canadians. I'd like to underscore that the proposals made by other parties, including the Bloc Québécois, to improve the CERB, were taken seriously. And we improved things significantly. We took many measures to help Canadians. In terms of fixed costs, we made an announcement this morning so that small businesses can have access to assistance for commercial rent. That's an important component that the Bloc underscored, that we also heard directly from small businesses as well. And we're going to continue to do everything we can to help Canadians and small businesses. We're going to move forward with Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This crisis has laid bare the reality that all Canadians need access to paid sick leave. No one should have to make the impossible choice between going to work sick or staying at home and not having a paid sick leave and not knowing how they're going to pay the bills. So will the government, will the Prime Minister commit today that all Canadians will have access to 2 weeks at least paid sick leave?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we have been working very closely with the provinces and territories on measures to put forward to help Canadians. And there have been many good proposals that we've worked on with the provinces on. Most recently, the commercial rent subsidy that we announced this morning is going to be helping thousands of small businesses right across the country with the pressures they're facing. But on supporting Canadians, that was the very first thing we did. 8 million
We'll now go over to Mr. Singh.
Provinces have called for it. Businesses have called for it. Will the Prime Minister commit today to 2 weeks at least of paid sick leave for all Canadians? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we very much respect areas of provincial jurisdiction, and that is why we are committed to working with the provinces to respond to needs that Canadians are facing that are within their jurisdictions. We are there to support the provinces.
We'll now go back to Mr. Singh.
The government has released their plans to help big business. Now, in that, we want to be very clear. The focus should be on maintaining protecting and creating jobs in Canada. Will the government fix their proposal so that money goes to workers and not to enriching CEOs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians across this country work for large enterprises. That's why we move forward with the Large Employers Emergency Financing Facility, which will give loans with very strict conditions on executive pay, on environmental regulations, so that we are giving the help needed to Canadian workers.
The current plan allows for CEOs to get bonuses. The current plan proposed by the government allows for CEOs to increase their pay. Will the government commit that not a single cent of public money will go to enriching CEOs, that all public money will go directly to supporting jobs in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Large Employer Emergency Financing Facility will help protect Canadian jobs and help Canadian businesses weather the current economic downturn. But employers will need to show they intend to preserve employment and maintain investment activities, commit to respect collective bargaining agreements and protect workers' pensions, and require strict limits to dividends, share buybacks, and executive pay.
Mr. Singh.
Will the Prime Minister commit to fixing the proposed plan to help big businesses so that if a business hides its money in an offshore tax haven, cheating the public, it will not get help, and instead help will be directed towards people, workers, and those who need the help right now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, directing help to workers and people who need help right now is what this government has done since the beginning of this pandemic. With the Canada Emergency Response Benefit helping over 8 million Canadians, with the wage subsidy helping millions more, we are moving forward in ways that directly help workers. The Large Enterprise Financing Facility.
We'll go back to Mr. Singh.
Currently, there is no provision in the plan that the government's announced that would stop public money going to a company that is purposefully hiding their funds in an offshore account to not pay their full share of taxes. Will the government commit to making sure money goes to workers, not to a company that's not paying its fair share of taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that we have taken significant measures as a government to ensure that we're cracking down on tax avoidance and evasion, and have invested significant amounts in the Canada Revenue Agency to do that. The member opposite likes to speak in generalities, but if he has specific companies whose workers should not be helped, please, he should bring those names forward to the government.
Mr. Singh, we have 30 seconds left. 15 seconds.
That has their money registered in an offshore tax haven should not get help. Every single one.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Can he name one company that he thinks the employees should not get help from the government?
Okay, now we'll go on. Nous allons continuer avec...
We're going to continue with Mr. Berthold. Chair, the city of Lac-Mégantic did not receive 1 cent from this government. There are restaurant owners and business owners across the country that are asking to go back to work. Here, the Bloc, the NDP, the Greens are doing everything they can to not go back to work, Chair. How come the Prime Minister is so intent on staying at home while thousands of Canadians are simply asking to return to work? The Honourable Minister, I'm sorry to learn that my colleague is not working, but I can assure him that all the other members on this side of the House are working very hard, and all members who are calling in their ridings and are reaching out to seniors, all members here are working very hard, and I hope that he'll recognise that. Mr. Berthold, Chair. A virtual haircut doesn't lead to good results, and a virtual parliament gives results that we've seen. You have been Speaker of the House of Commons for many months, and we need a real session here in the House. And everything we're going to do, well, we make deals between the parties, the Blocs, the Liberals, the Greens, so they don't come here and answer real questions. Can the Prime Minister today answer all questions? He's here answering because it's Wednesday in the House. The Honourable Minister. Chair, I won't talk about his haircut that he's mentioned, but I'd like to remind my colleagues that we're here to answer questions. We answered questions yesterday, and we'll answer questions tomorrow. Usually, when the House sits 5 days a week, there are 5 question periods of 45 minutes. Now, with Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there are much more time to ask questions. Mr. Berthold, Chair, the House also creates legislation and adopts bills, and we haven't done that since the beginning. So how many bills are still on the table, Chair, right now, waiting for provincial approval? How many projects does the Minister of Infrastructure have collecting dust on her desk? And we won't be able to restart the economy because of this, the Honourable Minister. I'd be happy to send my colleague the list. There are many projects, including the legislation we saw with the Free Trade Agreement that we ratified in March. And also there's been the CERB, all the wage subsidies. There have been many bills adopted through this House here, and the work continues. Chair, I agree with these bills that were adopted. We were there. But what we want is to be able to resume our work and the Parliament to resume its work. For example, how, Chair, can we restart the economy while right now we're waiting for news from the Minister of Infrastructure? Right now, this minister, well, I have many questions for her, and she hasn't been here often, and she said that she has the intention of funding infrastructure projects for municipalities with 80% federal funding. When will we know more about this, Chair? Go ahead, Prime Minister. We shouldn't pay attention, underscore the presence of anyone here in the House or their absence. The Right Honourable Prime Minister is right. As we say in English. So I'd like to remind all members that we shouldn't refer to whether someone is present or absent in the House, particularly given the conditions that we have right now. The Honourable Minister. In fact, my colleague doesn't want to underscore the importance of virtual sittings, but all MPs can participate in these sittings and they can answer questions directly. Mr. Berthold, last week we learned that the Minister of Infrastructure made announcements for infrastructure projects that hadn't been fully spelled out. We're talking about accelerating $3 billion in spending to modernize infrastructure such as hospital. So when will the Prime Minister confirm these announcements? The Honourable Minister. Chair, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The Minister of Infrastructure is working closely with her counterparts in the provinces and territories, with councillors across the country, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities is evaluating their needs and priorities. Mr. Berthold, 80% of funding, Chair. Does that apply to the more than 400 projects that are sitting on the minister's desk? Does this apply to new projects? Which municipalities will receive 80% funding? We don't have any answers. Can I have an answer for once, please? The Honourable Minister. Chair, we're going to continue to work hard every day with our colleagues across Canada, particularly with municipal leaders, and we're going to find solutions that will help municipalities.
With Ms. Rood. Ms. Rood.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this Liberal government is letting Canadian farmers down. Stakeholders are unanimous. Government support for Canadian agriculture has been woefully inadequate. As a result, fruit and vegetable producers are cutting back their production by as much as 25%. This will have a profound impact on our food security. Does the government know how much grocery prices will increase and an impact of a smaller harvest will have on Canadian families as we have to rely on imported food?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to talk about the agricultural sector, which is essential. I'd like to thank all the workers, both on farms and all those who work in stores, for their work. We have risk management programs, which helps workers in all sectors, including farmers, with agri-stability and there's also an online calculator to know how much they're eligible to receive.
About considering terminating trade deals that would require the United States to import cattle. This is extremely concerning for Canada's cattle industry. Has the Minister of Agriculture spoken to her American counterparts regarding the remarks the President made on banning the import of Canadian beef, and will she stand up for Canadian cattle producers?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to reassure my colleague that I'll always stand up to defend producers across the country, and I'm having regular conversations, and I'm assuring that we're doing everything we can so that our markets remain fully open between Canada and the United States.
Pandemic, the government has decided to evade Parliament and fundamentally alter our firearms laws with the Order in Council. The ban was based on many misconceptions which could have been brought to light through debate and through expert testimony. Instead, the government circumvented Parliament and is setting a dangerous precedent for our democratic process. Can the Prime Minister explain to my constituents why their voices and the voices of millions of Canadian law-abiding firearms owners were effectively muted by this government through their Order in Council?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to advise the member through you that the law in Canada requires that the only way to prohibit any firearm is under Section 17, sub 15 of the Criminal Code. And since 1998, this has been the law in Canada. It is a law. It was actually introduced originally by a Conservative government that required that all weapons to be prescribed had to be done by Order in Council. It was also a process that was used quite vigorously by the Harper government, so the member might be familiar with that action. But I'd also remind the member, we promised Canadians that we would prohibit these weapons that have no place in Canada.
Ms. Rood. Ms. Rood.
Mr. Chair, high-speed internet access is a necessity. In my rural riding of Lambton-Kent Middlesex, many of my constituents are seeing skyrocketing connectivity costs amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Some constituents have told me that they're spending over $500 a month on internet. While those in big cities are having data caps waived and costs frozen, the same is just simply not true for rural Canada. Why does this government think it's acceptable for my constituents to wait 10 years to get high-speed internet access?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question. We too believe that access to high-speed internet is an essential reality in the 21st century. We had a plan before the pandemic with $6 billion in investments set aside to make it happen. The first plan of its kind for our country, by the way, Mr. Speaker. That plan continues to be informed by the changes and the challenges that COVID has brought forward, and we're going to work with all willing partners to move forward as quickly as possible to connect as many Canadians to high-speed internet as we can.
Small businesses are the backbone of our rural communities. Travel and tourism are huge economic drivers in my riding of Lambton-Kent Middlesex. Small businesses rely on the tourism season between May and September and are facing uncertainty with their business's success moving forward as current aid programs don't work for seasonal businesses. The borders remain closed and tourists are forced to stay home, which is deeply affecting these businesses. Can the minister tell us what the government's path forward is for opening our borders? And will the government promote domestic tourism to make up for the loss of our international tourists?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you to my colleague for an important question. And of course, we know that the tourism sector is hard hit, and we need to be there for tourism operators and different tourism entrepreneurs. And that's exactly why we came up with some important measures, such as the wage subsidy, such as the $40,000 CEBA loan, but also with a new fund, which is administered through the regional development agencies, which is basically to make sure that for businesses that are falling through the cracks, they have access to funding. And so if my colleague has specific cases in mind...
The next question goes to Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Months ago, I alerted the Minister of Health to the lack of personal protective equipment available at a nursing home in my riding, River Glen Haven. It's a nursing home now in crisis. 62 residents, 27 staff, and 14 have died to date. And I want the minister to understand, Mr. Speaker, through you, this is a nursing home that we grew up with in our community. I used to take Christmas cards there when I was in grade 3 and cards to vets. It's very important to our community. So I'd like to know, what is this government doing to protect residents and staff of long-term care homes currently? And how will they be provided the personal protective equipment they need?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I share the member's horror at what's happened across our country in long-term care homes. The fact that so many of our seniors have perished through COVID-19 is truly a national tragedy. As the member opposite knows, we've been working very closely with provinces and territories to make sure that they have the personal protective equipment that they need. We've also worked with the Long-Term Care Association to understand how that equipment is or isn't getting to their door. I'll also remind the member that personal protective equipment is really only one layer of defense, and we've been working with provinces and territories to ensure that they have the people they need and the financial resources they need to make changes that will protect all of the seniors in our lives. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just had a call come out for gowns at the nursing home. They cannot source gowns right now. This is a crisis situation. We are in need of that. So I would ask the Minister, what is Canada's current stock on PPE, including gowns in the national inventory? What is available in Canada right now?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. He's absolutely correct in his assessment that we are making efforts to procure the necessary PPE as well as build up domestic capacity. With regards to gowns, I'd like to say that we have made significant orders in the millions, and right now we have close to 600,000 gowns that have been received, and we're working with the provinces and territories to make sure we distribute them in an equitable manner.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's that many in Ottawa now, could the Minister tell me the location? And I will gladly take some back to this nursing home when I leave.
The Honourable Minister.
Look, Mr. Speaker, I understand the concern raised by the member opposite. We know the situation is very dire and challenging, particularly in our long-term care facilities. That is why we're working very closely with the provinces and territories to make...
Davidson.
81% of deaths have occurred in long-term homes. Is it time now for this government to commit to a national public inquiry in long-term homes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member opposite has heard both me and the Prime Minister speak about the need to review how seniors are cared for in long-term care homes. We look forward to doing that work in partnership with provinces and territories who the member knows has the jurisdiction to deliver.
To Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was out in the riding this week and I had many small business people and individuals trying to source PPE and paying exorbitant costs for this. I had business owners for surgical masks paying $2, $3 each that they have to give out to their customers to get their business open. I wonder what this government is doing currently about price gouging on PPE, and will they commit to taking HST off PPE?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. We recognize there's enormous demand for personal protective equipment. That is why we mobilize industry in Canada. We had a call to action where over 6,000 companies stepped up with different solutions, and right now there are 700 different businesses that are scaling and retooling to provide the appropriate personal protective equipment.
Listen.
Recently, this country has been faced with floods, fires, ice storms, and now a pandemic. Increasingly, our highly trained military is being called to get involved in domestic emergencies rather than in traditional operations that they were trained for. Canada has the best military in the world. Will the government, as a suggestion, consider the establishment of a separate, specialized force under public safety designed to respond to domestic national emergencies?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to advise this House that the men and women in uniform, the Canadian Armed Forces, have been answering the call. And in all of the provincial requests for assistance that we have received, the Canadian Armed Forces have responded to these requests and provided that assistance in over 1,400 members now deployed, for example, in Quebec, helping in long-term care facilities, 450 Canadian Armed Forces members in Ontario helping in those facilities. They have been responding to those floods and the fires. We're grateful for their service and will continue to be there for Canadians when they ask for our help.
The next question goes to Mr. Barrett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This week, the government was expected to release 7 items pertaining to the massacre in Nova Scotia, including 4 search warrants, 2 production orders, and a closed warrant. That did not happen. Instead, we received a single, highly redacted document. A crisis is not an excuse to hide information from Canadians. In fact, it's more important now than ever for the government to be open and transparent. Why are the Liberals using this pandemic to withhold information about this tragic crime?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member's assertion is completely incorrect. And in fact, our government does not in any way interfere with ongoing criminal investigations conducted by the RCMP. They are engaged in a very robust and vigorous investigation. We know that the people of Nova Scotia and Canadians want answers to the questions about what has happened in this terrible and we're working very closely with the province of Nova Scotia to make sure Canadians get the answers that they need.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chair, the families of the victims, Nova Scotians, and all Canadians deserve answers as to how and why this incident occurred in the way that it did. When will all of this information finally be made transparent and public?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely confident that at the conclusion of the RCMP investigation, when the investigation is complete and when the facts are known, the information will be made available to Nova Scotians and to Canadians. And we're working very closely with the Nova Scotian government. I'm in constant contact with the Attorney General as recently as yesterday to ensure that that information is available
now go
when
back
it's
to
prepared.
Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chair, Prime Minister Trudeau is having a waterfront mansion built at Harrington Lake at taxpayers' expense, while the existing mansion is renovated. Can't he just stay at home during the renovations? And how much are Canadian taxpayers on the hook for?
The Honourable
Sorry, Chair. I'm having a hard time understanding what this has to do with the subject at hand. A very good question. 1 second, please.
Call back the house if you want. On va marquer des points avec aujourd'hui. We ask those questions.
Actually, before we start the clock again and go back to Mr. Barrett, I just want to reply to that question. We've been sitting here for the last number of sessions, and occasionally I do see people go off into different tangents. I want to remind the honourable members that this committee is having to do with things relating to COVID-19. Questions have been asked that have been off topic, and answers have been given to some of those questions. So I want to caution both sides. If you see something that isn't quite COVID related, please let us know, don't answer. And if you're asking a question that isn't COVID-19, please realize it before we have to reprimand you so that we can keep this flowing well. Mr. Barrett, question.
Well, Mr. Chair, I object to you referring to my question as a tangent. It is pertinent to all Canadians, and I do believe that this is a point of personal privilege and shouldn't be deducted from my time, because Canadians want answers to more than just the questions from the journalists selected by the PMO when the Prime Minister pops out of the cottage every morning. Hollywood Squares versions of the House of Commons is not what Canadians expect. They want oversight, they want accountability, they elected parliamentarians, they elected an official opposition to hold the government to account, and that's why we're here today.
I want to remind the honourable members, though we're not in a parliamentary session, we do have a certain amount of respect. So when we are referring to people, please do it respectfully. And we are in a committee, and it is limited, and it can be enforced that we only deal with items dealing with COVID-19. So I just want to remind everyone that this is a committee. This is not a session of Parliament. Mr. Barrett, I'll let you continue. You have 2 minutes and 37 seconds left.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my question for Prime Minister Trudeau is, why during COVID-19, like all times under his government, do these Liberals only tell the truth when they get caught? Why did they try to hide the cost of this mansion from Canadians?
Again, I want to remind the honourable members that you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly, and stating or calling someone, accusing them of something is not parliamentary language, even if it is a committee. The Honourable, you had a point of error? Point of...
It was the same, Mr. Speaker, to remain on the work of the committee.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand what your intervention was there on behalf of the government, because my questions are pertinent, and these are questions that Canadians have. The government is not tabling a fiscal update. They're not giving us a budget. So during COVID-19, what they spend money on, Canadians expect us to ask answers of the government about those things. My questions are pertinent. They are on topic. The government not being interested in answering them is typical 365 days a year, not just during this pandemic. So I fail to understand how it's not relevant for me to ask about the money that this government is spending when they fail to update this House and this committee in an appropriate way. So, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly at a loss on how you expect us to hold the government to account, how you expect committee members to question the government when we have to filter through a narrow channel that is approved again by the PMO. So this is very disappointing, and I can tell you that many Canadians would be disappointed that our questions have to be approved by you for the government. So if in future I ought to submit them in advance.
Dancho. Mrs. Dancho, please.
For shame.
For shame is right.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. After 2 months of Conservatives advocating for small businesses that were being left behind by this government yesterday, we finally received word from the Liberals that the Canada Emergency Business Loan would be expanded to include employers that pay their employees with contracts and dividends. Hallelujah for small businesses, Mr. Speaker. But despite the praise from the Ottawa Press Gallery, many businesses are still being left behind, like my constituent Svetlana, who owns a hair salon that has been shut down for months. She needs the commercial rent assist, but her landlord refuses to sign up for the program. Will the government expand and streamline the commercial rent assist, or will they continue to ignore business owners like Svetlana?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, yesterday was a great day that we continued to expand the CEBA program to support businesses across the country. We have been listening to businesses, how we can support them, and we will continue to find ways to support all Canadians, workers, and businesses. This is a very difficult time, and our government has put forth many programs in a very short period. So we will continue to work on these programs and focus on Canadians.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Which is an answer, Madam Chair, as it is self-praise. But let's try again. James is a restaurant owner in my riding that has had sales decline by 65%, just short of the 70% threshold required to receive the commercial rent assist. A 65% decline is devastating to him and his employees, but just not devastating enough for the Liberals to throw him a bone and help him with his rent. Why does the Liberal government continue to pick favourites and exclude thousands and thousands of businesses across Canada with arbitrary red tape?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to again raise the fact that since day one, our government has been focusing on Canadians, on workers, on businesses. We have many programs to support Canadians, workers, and businesses. And just yesterday, we expanded again our CEBA program to make available dividends and contracts for businesses. So we will continue to look at the gaps and work with all members in the House to see how we can make sure we make those programs available for Canadians.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Yet again, Madam Chair. A longtime chiropractor in my riding is using personal banking account rather than an additional business banking account, and they aren't eligible for any government programs as a result. Why does this Liberal government believe businesses that are like this are undeserving of their support, and that others, like the 200,000 fraudulent CERB claimants, are deserving their support instead? Why is that?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And through you, I want to raise the fact that, yes, we know that we need to find potential solutions to help business owners and entrepreneurs who operate through their personal bank account and have not yet filed their tax returns, such as newly created businesses. We have expanded the CEBA program yesterday by making available dividends and contracts, and we will continue to work with all members of Parliament and businesses to find ways to support them through this difficult time.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Chair, that's not an answer yet again. Businesses in my riding are waiting for a response, and this is all that they're hearing. It's despicable. So no answer yet again, and the list of perfectly legitimate businesses that are falling through the cracks continues to grow, and the employees that depend on these jobs are seeing their opportunities evaporate along with them. Canadians are seeing their favorite neighbourhood businesses go bankrupt and close permanently. And all this Liberal government has told them is, sorry, you're not eligible. Further, this government has spent over $200 billion in debt on the pandemic response effort, and yet they refuse to allow Parliament to operate effectively. They won't even release a financial update. It's ridiculous. Instead, we have this pale shadow of what Parliament once was, with a fraction of the accountability it once had. Canadians have a right to know the damage that's been done and the magnitude of the decisions happening now. Those answers should come from Parliament, just as they always have for over 150 years, Madam Chair. And although the other parties seem happy to avoid their responsibilities to Canadians, the Conservative opposition will be here fighting to hold the Liberal government to account every chance we get. It is our duty to Canadians, Madam Chair, and I'm honoured to contribute to that effort relentlessly on behalf of my constituents.
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, well, the government is answering questions every day. Actually, the equivalent of 7 QP, 7 times 45 minutes. Instead of 5 times 45 minutes. Way more. Why? Because it's extremely important for us, for the government, to answer important questions from the opposition, and we'll keep doing that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Does the government support an independent international inquiry regarding this pandemic?
The honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government was very clear at the recent General Assembly of the WHO that we do support a post-crisis review. That's the right thing to do. Canada is behind it.
For Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Does the government agree that an independent inquiry must be independent of WHO control and able to review all WHO records?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, our government has been very clear, working together with our allies, supporting an co-sponsoring an EU-sponsored resolution that we do believe a post-crisis review is the right thing to do.
Honourable member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
My question was very clear. Does the government agree that an independent inquiry must be independent of WHO control and able to review all WHO records?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
My answer was also very clear, which is that Canada, working together with our closest allies, such as the EU, has been very clear that we support a post-crisis review.
The honourable member for...
The first question I asked, not the second question I asked, but I have another one. The record is, I think, clear. Does the government agree that an independent inquiry must be able to access affected areas within China and conduct private interviews with witnesses in China?
The honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Our government has been very clear, has been working effectively with our strongest democratic allies in the world, such as the EU. We believe a post-crisis review is absolutely necessary. We will continue pushing for that. And let me just say, right now, we're focusing on fighting coronavirus in Canada.
Again, that wasn't the question I asked, but another minister has said that it's not the WHO's job to evaluate the quality of the data that is given by member states. I want to ask if the Deputy Prime Minister believes the same about the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency or the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me be extremely clear about our government's public position taken just a few days ago, which is we support an independent and comprehensive review of the WHO response to the pandemic. We're working with our allies to get that done, and we will.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with her colleague, Minister Gould, who said it's not the responsibility of the WHO to evaluate the quality of the data they receive from member states?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I think that I have been extremely clear about the government's position when it comes to the WHO. Canada is working closely with our democratic partners to ensure there is an independent and comprehensive post-crisis review, and one will happen. We'll make sure it does.
I've asked 5 or 6 questions, and the minister keeps repeating her answer to the first question I asked, but not to any of the others. Has the government applied any pressure to the WHO to encourage representatives to testify before Canada's Health Committee?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the work of parliamentary committees is independent, as it ought to be, and we support the work of all of our parliamentary committees, including calling the witnesses that they would like to interview.
Honourable Member.
Of course the Health Committee is independent, but the government should ensure the WHO understands how important it is that multilateral organizations which receive money from Canadian taxpayers are willing to be accountable to Canadian parliamentary committees when those witnesses are summoned. Has the government conveyed to the WHO the importance of a multilateral organization that receives significant Canadian funding being willing to give testimony before Canadian parliamentary committees during a time of crisis?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Let me just say this. The government supports the work of our parliamentary committees, very much including the Health Committee, and the Health Committee is right to call witnesses it believes are necessary for its work. When it comes to the WHO, our Minister of International Development has spoken directly with the leader of the WHO and made clear that a post-crisis review is the right thing, and Canada is calling for it.
Mr. Genuis.
She seems not to raise the issue of the parliamentary committee. Experts, as well as our British and American allies, are reporting China-based hackers are trying to steal COVID-19 related research and intellectual property. In that light, why is this government funding a COVID-19 related research partnerships between the U of A and the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
The Honourable Parliamentary Minister, and
I was a parliamentary secretary one time. It's an honor to be in this chamber.
In 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, when it comes to intellectual property, we're the first government that introduced a national intellectual property strategy. We understand that we need to support our researchers and scientists and make sure that they have the ability to see those benefits right here in Canada for Canadians, and we'll continue to work with our allies.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Seconds left.
No, there's no time left at all.
Okay.
Actually, there was a little extra that I gave the minister to respond.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, I heard my colleagues express concerns, and I'm pleased to be able to say that those who remain in Quebec as of June 1st, you'll be able to get rid of some of your excess hair and lighten the load here in the House, if you will. However, I want to express, for my own part, confidence in the media working to provide information to the Quebec public, and I invite anybody to consider the difference between paranoia and persecution. However, our support for these exceptional measures were conditional, that a certain number of commitments would be respected. And I would repeat with a great deal of seriousness that if commitments are not being respected, if we don't have the how, the why, and the how much in a reasonable amount of time, Monday, we won't vote in favor of the extension of these special measures, because why should we give special powers if the commitments that are being made under those special powers are not respected? So I would take as an example for the Vice Chair that there was an informal commitment to have incentive mechanisms for employment beyond the $1,000 that people could earn, $1,000 without penalties for the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. And there were people who could begin working. We want, and we had proposed insistently, that half of the revenues after the $1,000 be kept by the beneficiary in order to contribute to ensuring that the government can keep its word, and for us to be able to continue to collaborate on Monday. What is the opinion of the Deputy Prime Minister with regard to this measure? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say that I don't have the same concerns about hair as my colleagues opposite. Everything is going fine for me. And I welcome with enthusiasm the announcement by the government of Quebec with regard to June 1st. I would say, however, that we are well aware that this extraordinary measure, which is called the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, and it was put in place very quickly. And from the beginning, we announced that it would be an emergency measure, but a measure that also needed to change. And that is what we will do over the coming weeks.
Mr. Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet. Speaking of evolution, there is a broad consensus in economic circles, chambers of commerce, seasonal industries. There is a great concern that this measure, in its current form, could slow down the economic recovery. The difference between those who are working under the benefit and those who aren't. Last week, there was a moment of confusion with the government. There were 3 spokespeople for the government who said that if you don't go back to work, you don't have to, and others who said, yes, you must, until the minister ruled. But it was an existential issue to ensure that those who aren't afraid and who can go back to work will go back to work because they know that this Canadian Emergency Response Benefit is a temporary measure. Has the minister considered our proposal? The Honourable Minister. Yes, Madam Chair. Obviously, not only have we heard but well understood the proposals made by all members of this House, including, of course, the proposals coming from the Bloc Québécois members, and we are very open. And we know that we have a lot of work to do with the wage subsidy, the income supplement that we announced, the $3 billion that we're making available to the provinces to improve the salaries of workers in essential industries and areas. There are other measures, and these will help to ensure that we can have an economic recovery while we ensure the safety and health of workers. The Honourable Member for Belleville-Chambly. I had some emotional moments in correspondence when the government recognized that the government has contributed to the measures being put in place, and we want to continue to do this in order to ensure that we can reach an agreement on Monday, of course, because without a serious response, there will be no agreement on Monday. So I would reiterate my question. Is the 50% of income under the $1,000 going to count or not? This will matter on Monday. A brief response from the minister. I want to say thank you, Madam Chair. We are listening not only to all the members of the House, and including the members of the Bloc Québécois and all the business people and the communities that are providing us some recommendations. The Honourable Member for Blainville.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, on April 20th, we adopted a motion. One of them was that the government would ensure that the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit and the one for students be provided to ensure that they would be encouraged to work. My question is this, Madam Chair, for the Deputy Prime Minister. A student's income, a student who is working 18 hours a week at minimum wage, would be the same as somebody working 43 hours a week at minimum wage. What do you think the student will choose? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to insist on the futures of our young people. Many economists have looked at the impact of the economic crisis on these young people. It's a terrible impact, and we currently have in Canada conditions that can have be very harmful to these students or some students being able to continue their studies on their future careers and their salary progression. And that is why this assistance is not only important to provide assistance for income, but also to help them as much as possible to find a job, sometimes part-time, sometimes as an internship, and sometimes as volunteer work. Ms. Chabot. I don't doubt the concern for young people and students. My question, however, is the following. The $1,250 per month under the Canadian student benefit Along with the $1,000 additional income, there is a portion that goes to student support and a part that will allow them to earn an income. So my question is clear, and I said it in the House on April 20th. It's all or nothing, apparently. If I earn $1,001, I lose the support that I need, which is why we made the proposal and the motion. Can we make this measure essential as an incentive to employment? And if so, how and when? And instead of being a disincentive as it is currently. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two portions to this. There is assistance. There are a portion that can be provided. The amount is higher for those with a handicap. There are also 70,000 summer student jobs that have been announced and 116,000 other jobs that will be offered to ensure that people can continue to work. Honourable Member for Terrain-Blainville. I'd like to ask another question. Everybody reads La Presse. Everybody knows there's an economic recovery and that it's slowly happening. There are some workers who are going to work 2 days a week, and perhaps they might earn $1,000 a week. But my employer will perhaps ask me to do additional hours, will perhaps ask me to do an extra day or two a week. What is the dilemma for these people going to be if they have to pick whether they're going to go to work or lose the $1,250 that they get under the Canadian Emergency Student Response Benefit? That was the sense of the motion, and that's what we want an answer to. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Honourable Minister Duclos. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very important to talk about the situation that young people are facing. There are 6 million Canadians that have lost all employment or a large portion of their income over the last few weeks. Among them, we have many who are young people. The youth employment rate in Quebec is about 34%. 34%. Before the crisis, it was 9%. There was 2.1 million post-secondary students in Canada who have a great deal of difficulty, or who will have a great deal of difficulty finding a job over the coming weeks, and we want to take care of them to ensure they can help us relaunch the economy. There are 25 seconds remaining. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still not getting an answer. At present, if we are not getting answers to our motions, we're not going to help them. We're going to not help them. 10 seconds if the minister wishes to respond. And we will always have the pleasure of working with the MP and the opposition because we know the extent to which this is an issue that concerns us all. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker or Chair. With this pandemic, municipalities are maintaining essential services for the people in our ridings, but they are now facing a financial crisis. The mayors of major cities in Quebec and the Federation of Municipalities, Canadian municipalities, have launched several calls for help. The mayors have said that they will have terrible bills and they don't know where they're going to get the money to pay those bills. Since the cities don't have the opportunity of or the possibility of running a deficit, I'd like to ask, where will the mayor of Montreal find the money she needs? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I thank the member for the question. It is really a very important issue. I have spoke with Mayor Plante on Friday. I agree with the mayor and the mayors across the country. Municipalities are always essential, and they are essential to us as we start talking about reopening the country. Municipalities, public transit, all of this will be essential for us. So we will encourage the municipalities to work with the provinces, and we are prepared to work with the provinces as well to support those municipalities. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, it's not fine and well to hear that, but we are eager to see a solution with funds attached. It's urgent for these municipalities. Talking about public transit, we saw a collapse in the use. So the revenues of these public transit authorities in Montreal have lost over 85%. It's going to be difficult for the economies and the renewal since public transit authorities often aren't eligible for subsidies, emergency subsidies. How are they going to be able able to continue to pay their employees and provide the services we need. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Once again, I must say that I fully agree with the idea that this is an extremely important issue for our country. Our government is prepared to work in close collaboration with the municipalities. The issue of public transit is essential to ensure that the economy can reopen. And I would say also that it's very important for the municipalities to continue to work with the provinces. The provinces are responsible for the municipalities first and foremost. The federal government will be there as well, and I would encourage all the members of parliament to speak with the provinces. The honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie, Madam Chair. Talking about dragging its feet, for 2 years now in Quebec, mayors have been waiting for the signing of the Quebec-Canada Agreement on social housing. Quebec is the only province that has not yet signed this agreement. In the meantime, we're talking about $1.5 billion in funding that was supposed to go to Quebec to build social housing that is here doing nothing. My question is simple. What is happening? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm very grateful to my colleague opposite for allowing me to talk about housing and the extent to which the first mandate was solid for the Canadian government with an investment of $55 million to reduce the 50% homelessness in Quebec, including in Quebec, and supporting thousands of people suffering gravely from a lack of adequate housing. We are eager in Quebec to sign this in the government to sign this agreement with the government of Quebec. The honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. We don't need to have a fight with regard to our flags. We have thousands of people who are on waiting lists to get housing. Send the money to Quebec. We'll put it into housing and we'll resolve it next year. We all know that healthcare workers are putting their lives in danger, making sacrifices in order to be able to treat people. These people are often asylum seekers that have come through Roxham Road. These people have no status, and yet they're risking their lives for us and for our seniors. What is the government going to do to quickly give them status so that they can remain in Quebec and in Canada? The Honourable Minister has 35 seconds to respond. Thank you very much. I would need much more time in order to respond fully. I'm very empathetic with my colleague about this issue. It's very important to say the extent to which all the workers in Quebec, and particularly those working in the healthcare and in long-term care, have a very difficult job, but a very important job to take care of our seniors. We are very grateful to them. And the Canadian government will continue to work with the government of Quebec to ensure that we can continue the provision of these services safely for all. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as MP, we are all accountable to Canadians, be it in our ridings or here in Ottawa. But we see that on May 25th, there are a number that are opposed to coming back to Parliament, the Liberal Party and the Bloc. Yes, I could work with my colleague, Mr. Blanchette. The Bloc Québécois has conditions, economic conditions. They're making a deal, but the only condition to see if we come back is public health. And we'll see. It would be easy to have many members come in to do the work here. I know that it's easy to do things the way we're doing them now, but we need to do them differently. I'd like to know, throughout the pandemic, why did the Prime Minister every day or almost calling prime ministers and presidents around the world to get support for a seat on the UN Security Council? Does he think that a seat on the UN Security Council is more important than sitting here in Ottawa? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Does he understand that this is a historic event for Canada, and the Prime Minister understands the importance of Canada's voice during these historical times? Like we saw after the Second World War, Canada played a key role in the post-war economy, and Canada must do this now. That is why the Prime Minister made these calls. Mr. Paulus, the Deputy Prime Minister is not really answering my question. I think our priority is Canada, and that's why we're here today, and we have to come back here more often. I'd also like to know with respect from the Minister of Security, there are Canadians that are married to Americans that live on both sides of the border, and they're separated right now. And there's a document that says there are possible exemptions for border officers that allows from some flexibility. Can the minister be more specific about this document and tell us why some spouses can't be reunited?
Very important question. And as the member knows, our government has made an effort to flatten the curve, and we've had to take a number of extraordinary measures at our borders, including restricted non-essential travel. And while Canadian residents and Canadian citizens, permanent residents, are always admissible, they are and required to quarantine upon entry. Foreign nationals, of course, are subject to travel restrictions for any individual to be eligible to travel to Canada have to demonstrate that their travel is in fact essential. We recognize that many people are making significant sacrifices. It is not our intention in any way to separate families. But the border officers are faced with a situation where each situation must be decided on a case-by-case basis. It depends entirely on the information provided to the border officer to determine whether or not the travel is indeed essential.
The honourable member. Thank you, Chair. The Prime Minister must know that Road 344 in the Oka region is blocked by the Kanestocky Mohawks. Families in Oka are regularly caught up in these blockades that can be thrown up at any time. Is there a way for the federal government to talk with the Mohawks and bring them to reason? Minister Miller. Chair, this is not a barricade but a security checkpoint. Indigenous communities are very important, and there are road blockades, checkpoints that are set up to help the community with respect to COVID-19. And in terms of confinement, I know this raises issues in the community and outside it as well. And the Quebec Band Council and Quebec Security are in charge of the situation. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Chair. The order in council that was intended to ban firearms in Canada, we've seen that there are caliber 22 guns that are being banned, where others are not. Can the minister explain what is the concept of banning black firearms, whereas others that aren't?
To respond.
Again, Madam Speaker, it's absolutely incorrect. We have not banned any 22 rifles. The weapons that we banned are all consistently weapons of military design. They have no place in civil society. They are not used for sporting or hunting purposes, and they are now prohibited.
I just want to remind members that there are opportunities for questions, and they don't need to help the minister or help their colleagues at all. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Chair, when the government rolled out programs to help individuals and businesses due to COVID-19, they pegged the cost of those programs at $151 billion. Can the government confirm that those are still the estimated cost of the program?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, and I want to share with the honourable member that we have many programs that are currently supporting businesses, individuals, and Canadians, and we will continue to prioritize these Canadians during this economic emergency.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I'm glad to hear there are many programs, and we've all been working with them. I'm assuming that you've been collecting them, and I would ask if the government has collected together the cost of these and can provide the estimates of these programs.
The Honourable Minister.
We are in very extraordinary times, and we will continue to support Canadians, and it would be impossible to provide a clear economic projection at this time, but we will continue to be open and transparent about the actions we are taking to support families, individuals, and businesses.
The member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Chair, a competent finance minister can not only help their colleagues implement programs, but also make sure the costs of these programs are understood and communicated. Does the finance minister or the government have any clue as to what our deficit is going to be this year?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, through you, tell the honourable member that we are focusing on Canadians, individuals, and businesses at this time. And we will continue to provide these supports with the CEBA program, with the wage subsidy, and all the other measures that we've been bringing forward to support Canadians during this very emergency economic time.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Chair, all of us in this House are very committed to helping Canadians, and that's not the question. The PBO estimated this year's deficit at $252 billion. Can the minister confirm that number?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the honourable member that we know that over 8 million Canadians have had access to the CERB at this time. Over 2 million Canadians have been access to the wage subsidy, and we are also providing over 600,000 loans with the CEBA program.
Member for Saskatoon West.
I believe that the Department of Finance is filled with highly competent and skilled people. Is the minister telling this House that the Finance Department is incapable of producing a budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then honestly, our Finance Department has been working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to provide supports for Canadians, individuals, workers, and businesses.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Chair, when can the people of Canada expect an economic update from the government?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, while it would be impossible to provide a clear economic projection at this time, we will continue to be open and transparent about the actions we are taking for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Chair, I was a finance executive for many years, and I know that preparing budgets is complicated. Is the finance minister no longer producing economic updates? Is he saying that he can't figure out the numbers? Or is the government leaving that to the PBO to do? When will the government stop letting down Canadians and provide an economic update?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, honestly, we have been providing support for Canadians, workers, and businesses throughout this crisis, and we will continue to do so because we believe that we are in a strong fiscal position and we will help these businesses to recover when it is time.
Member for Saskatoon West.
On Saturday, the CBC reported, quote, a senior government official said internal modelling suggests it will take several years at least before Ottawa's fiscal track returns to pre-pandemic levels. Is the minister privy to her own department's modelling?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
No. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as the member opposite knows, the situation is incredibly fluid and dynamic. We're examining all the relevant economic factors, but our number one priority remains investing in Canadians and their well-being economically and also in terms of their health.
Question from the member for Saskatoon West.
Will the federal debt reach $1 trillion this year?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, again, I would like to provide the honourable member with the fact that we're in an emergency situation currently. We are providing supports for Canadians, businesses, and workers, and we will continue to do so.
10 seconds left. Does the member have a quick question?
Does the government know what the debt is going to be this year?
Brief answer from the minister.
We are working on supporting Canadians at this time.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take a moment and thank the frontline workers from coast to coast to coast. They are putting themselves at risk to save lives. I have seen it firsthand in Markham. My community has been hit hard by COVID-19. Several seniors' homes have reported deaths from this virus. And on Friday, Markham Stouffville Hospital declared an outbreak. When I dropped off PPE at some of these locations, frontline workers told me that they have been working 7 days a week. I am truly thankful for their dedication, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, hopefully I get my 5 minutes from now on. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have spoken to many business owners, including Tim Hortons, McDonald's. Employees are worried about taking too many shifts and losing CERB. This is creating labor shortage. Madam Speaker, can the government commit to making CERB more flexible so that hardworking employees are no longer punished?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, and I have in my writing also very hard-working workers, many of them working at relatively low wages and in difficult circumstances. I would also want to salute them through you, Madam Speaker. I would also want to add that we were and we are still in an emergency. That's why we put into place the CERB, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which is helping 8 million Canadians at this very time, a total of 12 million applications. We knew from the start that this would be an emergency measure, and we're looking forward to make it evolve, as we should do as the situation evolves.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
The Madam Speaker, the question was, the people want to work. They have a job. Because it's $1,000 threshold, people are not taking the jobs, and the businesses are short of labor. Can you flex something? Can something be done? So the business and the employees, they go side by side.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And although we understand that this is a very important benefit for millions of Canadians and their families, we also understand that many workers will want to take a job if a job is available, because we all understand that unemployment is high in Canada. It will remain high for a little while, and so we have full confidence that Canadians will be able to find and to get a job if that opportunity exists.
Madam Speaker, while I support crisis relief program, there are clear issues that need to be resolved. One of the most obvious is the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. Many landlords are not interested in this program. Some landlords are hoping that their tenants will take out loans just to pay rent. When will the government make this program more flexible?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is an unprecedented challenge, and I know many are having to make sacrifices they never imagined they would have to do. Our government is asking landlords to do their part and help tenants, like the one he's mentioning, to get through this. And many landlords have already stepped up, and we commend their efforts. We will continue to work with this program.
Mr. Soroya.
Madam Speaker, before COVID-19, Markham was thriving. There was almost no commercial space available for businesses, and rents were high. Now those businesses are trying to pay high rent with a fraction of their customers. Unfortunately, the government rent relief only covers businesses that have lost 70% of their sales. Madam Speaker, some businesses are down by 65% of their sale. How does the government expect them to pay rent?
Le ministre Fortier.
The Honourable Minister Fortier.
The program will be delivered in partnership with provinces and territories, and this program will provide forgivable loans to commercial property owners who in turn lower their rent of their tenants by 75%.
The Honourable member has 35 seconds to ask.
Madam Speaker, last year, even with the COVID-19, shootings continues in the GTA. Last year, there were 292 victims of gun violence in Toronto alone. Many of these shootings were gang-related. Toronto Police Chief Mark Sanders has said that the majority of the guns used in these crimes are smuggled over the border. Is the Minister of Public Safety aware that smuggled weapons are used for this violence, yes or no?
Very brief answer from the Minister.
Yeah, of course we are aware that many weapons are smuggled into the country, but we're also aware that there are many guns here that tragically have been used in crimes. And so we are taking effective action to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, regardless of their source.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's good to be back in Parliament. Over the last number of weeks, I've heard a great deal of frustration from constituents on firearms. They've expressed outrage, disappointment, and fear that the government would use a tragedy that took place in the midst of a global crisis to further their political agenda. I have a few questions about this. Can the Minister of Public Safety confirm if they have found any errors in the firearm reclassification OIC? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in response to that, I would remind the member that unfortunately, during this COVID crisis, we've seen an increase in gun violence. We've seen a significant increase in domestic violence, and tragically, we've even seen a mass shooting. And all the while, the proliferation of weapons totally unsuitable for civil society have continued to be sold. And so we have taken action to end that proliferation, and we have prohibited those weapons.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would urge the minister to be careful with the words that he uses, because a weapon is something used with intent. We're talking about firearms, and specifically firearms owned by law-abiding Canadians. Next question. Can the minister share how many staff in his office and the department were assigned to work on these regulatory changes in the midst of a global crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great, wonderful opportunity to commend the hardworking men and women of public safety and in my ministry office who have, notwithstanding the many challenges of this COVID pandemic, have responded and continue to do the work that is necessary to keep Canadians safe, for which all Canadians should be grateful.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you. Maybe an FOI will shed some light on that. Can the minister share the date that they had originally planned to make these changes?
A brief answer from the minister.
Madam Speaker, the member may remember that we campaigned on this and we made a commitment to Canadians that we would take action on this. We brought forward the order in Council on May 1st, and we have fulfilled our promise.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
You know, there are far more questions and answers on this issue that Canadians and specifically law-abiding firearms owners and anybody that's concerned about executive overreach have. Now, my next question for the minister is, will he accept a province's constitutional right to appoint their own chief firearms officer, yes or no?
Mr. Blair?
The Government of Canada will always uphold the Canadian law and the Firearms Act. And I invite the member opposite. Perhaps he could offer some explanation on why he believes these weapons, which were designed for soldiers to kill other soldiers in combat, are suitable for use in civil society.
Mr. Couric?
I'd be happy to answer that question, because using liberal logic, you know, I would expect that the minister will also ban something like rental vehicles and kitchen knives, maybe even baseball bats. On to my next question. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are many businesses in my constituency who are falling through the cracks and don't qualify for the supports offered by this government. Struggling businesses were denied for the CEBA, yet they breathed a sigh of relief last week when the RRRF was announced, only to be denied again. This was supposed to be a fix, yet once again Canadian businesses were let down by this government. Can the Liberals commit to reach out and fix the gaps that exist in these programs?
The Honourable Minister Fortier.
Speaker, and actually yesterday we did fill one of those gaps by providing businesses with the dividends and the contracts to be able to have access to CEBA. We will continue to look at those gaps and work with the Honourable Member to make our programs available for businesses.
Couric.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to a phone call so that those gaps can specifically be addressed. Many of my constituents, including members of my family, are working hard on farms and ranches across Canada to ensure our food supply chain is secure. Can the Minister of Agriculture answer as to why her government is letting down so many producers with the certainty, by not providing the certainty they need in these uncertain times?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. In Canada, we have the advantage of having a whole range of risk management programs. They were already in place before, regardless of the crisis. So I would ask farmers to apply to the Agri Stability Program and see what they're eligible for.
Lack of certainty within the industry. The last question is, there was just an article published in the Hill Times that by the Information Commissioner saying that the federal government needs to send a serious message to their departments about freedom of information requests. Can the government commit to make it sure that freedom of information requests during this COVID pandemic are still honored and that privacy doesn't take a back seat?
A quick answer from the Minister. Yes, Chair. I'd like to reassure my colleague that despite the very difficult situation we're in right now, the Information Commissioner is very aware of the importance of, and as is our government, of access to information. Mr. Duval, thank you very much, Chair. For several weeks now, and even months, I receive emails and calls from people who are angry, who are telling me, I paid for a trip, I didn't have the trip, but I can't even be refunded. How come? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague in particular for raising this question. It is somewhat frustrating for many people to not get a refund for tickets that they paid for and reserved. And we also recognize the very difficult situation that airlines are in right now, and that is why we're going to continue to follow the situation. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Chair. Knowing that a company such as Air Canada has $6 billion in cash and that 2.6 billion of this belongs to its customers, do you really think that they'll go bankrupt if they refund their customers? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I'd like to recognize that the member is right. It is hard for customers who reserved and paid for a ticket to not be able to be refunded right now. And we recognize that this is a difficult situation for all airlines, and we would ask them to respect the law in this respect. Mr. Barcelos-Duval. I'm hearing the minister talk about the financial health of airlines. I understand that, but there's also the financial health of those who are being taken hostage by the situation and who have bills to pay. The Honourable Minister. Once again, Chair, this is an important issue. There is the financial health of households, and we can explain the measures we've established, and we're going to continue to implement to help them. Mr. Barcelos-Duval. In the U.S. and in Europe, airlines are required to fund customers for flights. How come Air Canada can't do the same? Quick answer from the Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to highlight that the share of the assistance that the Canadian government gives to families and companies in Canada is amongst the highest amongst developed countries. So the Canadian government is doing at least as much as other countries that are recognized worldwide. Mr. Barcelos-Duval. Chair, I'd like to know why a company that has 1 year's worth of cash cannot refund its customers for service it did not provide, even though it's required to do so by law. If this company is called Air Canada, is it entitled to special treatment? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. The member is once again right. All companies must follow the law and regulations, and all companies, whether they're airlines or other types, must respect our country's laws and regulations. Mr. Barcelos-Duval. I'm happy to hear the minister say that he wants companies to respect our country's laws and rules, because in Quebec, we have what we call the Civil Code and the Consumer Protection Act that says that if a service is not provided, even if there are exceptional circumstances outside of their control, customers should be refunded for the services that are not provided. Can the government apply the law? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I have two relevant comments. First, about rules and regulations for any company in terms of they have to respect the law, and two, services have to be provided to the companies in questions have to respect the law. Mr. Barcelos-Duval, 47 seconds. Chair, the Canada Transport Office told Canadians that airlines don't have to pay back their customers and they get a 48-month credit. So how can he tell these companies they don't have to respect Quebec laws? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, this is the responsibility of citizens and companies. All companies, whether they're airlines or not, have to respect all the country's laws and regulations. 12 seconds. Chair, I'm discouraged. They just have to refund people. It's not complicated, that's all. 4 seconds. The Honourable Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague, and I'd be happy to continue this discussion, even though we have very little time to do this in the House.
Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to tell you that I'm going to share my time with the member for Saint-Laurent, and since this is the first time I rise here right now, I'd like to thank people in my riding, in the healthcare sector, entrepreneurs, people who work in grocery stores. In my riding, I'd like to thank them. My question is about government measures to support families and children during these difficult times. As we know, COVID-19 has a big impact on parents and children. I've spoken to several families in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, and many are facing challenges, such as working from home, job uncertainty, childcare for children who can no longer go to school or daycare. Many parents in my riding have told me that they need our support. And this is why I was happy to see that the government has presented many measures to support parents and children, with the emergency support benefit for students, further investment in Summer Jobs Canada, the emergency wage subsidy, and the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. I've seen the government step up its efforts to support Canadians. My question is for the President of the Treasury Board. Can he tell us why this government is doing what this government is doing rather to specifically support parents and children right now? The Honourable Minister Duclos. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell for everything he's just said. And he said this with great empathy and solidarity. Yes, the situation that our families and workers are in has motivated the CERB, and we've been able to reduce child poverty in our country by 40%, and we know that in a few days, and even today on May 20th, there will be $300 per child given to many families. And he's right to say that on July 1st, there'll be a new indexation of the CCB that will once again give families the support they need to take care of their children that are obviously our future. Thank you. 13 seconds. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take time first to thank all the essential workers that are working tirelessly since the beginning of this crisis.
Care workers, everyone who works in the essential services for all that you do during this crisis.
The COVID-19 pandemic has a big impact on communities across our country. Canadians are feeling the effects of this pandemic, whether it's on their health, on their lifestyle, as we're all in a lockdown, or on their finances or their jobs.
And constituents have reached out to me, as I'm sure they've done to all of the MPs in this House, in order to let us know about their concerns, and this is why we've been able to modify programs in order to help as many Canadians as possible.
The government has implemented many measures to help people, companies, community organizations, many of which are in my riding of Saint Laurent, and I'd like to welcome these measures. But despite these solid measures, such as the wage subsidy or the commercial rent assistance, there are still small companies that are falling through the cracks. Can the minister explain to this House what measures our government is doing to help these people
in place for those who may require additional help to recover from COVID-19 in order to get back to work as soon as possible? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister Joly. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Saint Laurent. Her riding is near my riding of Cartierville. So we have provided various forms of support throughout this pandemic. First, the famous CERB that provides $2,000 a month. And Minister Duclos mentioned this earlier. We've established many measures to help people. And there are corporate measures, wage subsidy, the $40,000 emergency loan that has been even enlarged, expanded yesterday. But also there is the Regional Restart Fund, also through the Regional Development Agency, and also in Quebec there are measures. So this is good news for companies that are falling through the cracks, and now they will also have support through regional development agencies, $1 billion. So we're there working with them. Thank you.
Speaker, we're going to take a brief pause to allow the console operators to switch. The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are blessed in Simcoe Grey to have usually a very strong tourist industry. We have many great destinations like the Nottawasaga Inn Resort, the world's longest freshwater beach, Wasaga Beach, and of course, Blue Mountain Resort. Andrew Sigwart, who's the president of Blue Mountain Villas Association, has told me that he believes that not one single tenant is going to benefit from this rent relief. I know. Many landlords simply cannot afford the 25% contribution that they're asked for under the Commercial Rent Assistance Program. Their margins just don't allow for it. Tourism operators are calling for direct support to tenants, as the present system still has too many cracks. I've heard the minister today say she hopes that landlords will do the right thing. Some can't, but I can tell you that the tenants need to rely on a lot more than hope. So my question is, will the government commit to direct support for our tenants today?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And although the tenant-landlord relationship is ultimately the responsibility of provinces and territories, our government has stepped up to provide support through the tools that we have with the CMHC so that small businesses can get the rent relief they need. We will continue to monitor the program closely and ensure that Canada's small businesses are supported during this challenging time. And as the Prime Minister announced this morning, the portal will be available May 25th.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping for something a little more than hope. My next question is relating to agriculture. Simcoe Grey dairy farmers like Bonnie DeHaan of Sheldon Creek Dairy are being particularly hard hit during this COVID-19 with a decline in milk consumption and a lack of cull capacity in Canada. The entry into force of CUSMA is yet another challenge for an industry that is still recuperating from past trade deals. Support was announced in 2019, and the minister continually says that the fact that the government has provided $345 million in direct payments to farmers. We appreciate that. But that was one of an 8-year program. So, can the minister tell us here today when dairy farmers can expect to know the plan for the balance and the compensation of these future agreements?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et au Canada, on a la chance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Canada, we have a good supply management program for the dairy sector. It helps to protect families, encourage agricultural diversity in different regions. And we also have the Canadian Dairy Commission, which is a very well-structured organization. It's competent, it has experience, and thanks to the increase in their loan ability that we gave last week, they can buy more milk surplus, cheese, butter, and to better manage stocks. In fact, we announced money to compensate for the agreement with Europe and the Trans-Pacific Zone. The first payment was made in December. And once we get through this health crisis, we will be able to continue with compensation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess they won't be able to put it on the milk calendar, the exact date that they'll be getting that payment. Only 59% of rural homes in Canada have reliable access to high-speed internet. With schooling, work, government services, and even socializing now being done online, the situation has become unbearable. Many of my Simcoe Grey constituents are being charged hundreds and even thousands of dollars in overage fees since the pandemic began. The government has committed to connect all Canadians to high-speed internet by 2030. But this is not fast enough for what's going on in society today. When will the government commit to a fast-track program to make sure that one of the most essential infrastructure products we can have now, internet, will be available to everyone in my riding?
Mr. Mansa.
Thank you for your important question, and I can assure you that our government has a plan. We are on it, and we are working to move ahead with even greater urgency because of the challenges that COVID-19 has presented. This is an opportunity for us to bridge the rural-urban divide and help our economy recover faster from the pandemic. To date, investments that have been set aside are working to connect 400,000 households in this country, and we will not stop until we work with as many partners as possible to connect all Canadians to high-speed internet.
There's 12 seconds left. That's it.
Okay, just a quick one. As a former mayor of Essa Township, I understand the complications and challenges facing municipalities, COVID-19. Kathy Jeffrey is a town councillor on FCM. Wanted to ask, what are the municipalities, what are we going to do? They're not available for any of the funding whatsoever. What does this government to do to help?
If you'd like an answer, yes. Very quickly. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
We agree that municipalities are essential. We are working closely with them, and we encourage the provinces to do the same.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Madam Chair, first I'd like to acknowledge the recent Canadian Armed Forces tragedies, both the cyclone and the snowbird crashes in the recent past. As well, this past Monday was the 10-year anniversary of Colonel Jeff Parker being killed in Kabul, Afghanistan. Further, I just found out in the last couple days that Sergeant retired Kyle Parker, someone else that I had the honor to serve with, has passed away. My thanks to all those that have served and are still serving in the Canadian Armed Forces, along with your families. Your sacrifices will not be forgotten. Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize the government for making important changes yesterday to the CEBA. This will help many sole proprietor businesses and farmers in Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. However, businesses are still required to have a business checking account, vice a personal checking account. Trelford General Construction, in my riding, has been operating for over 25 years, but fails to qualify for the loan because they use a personal checking account. When will the government remove the criteria that small businesses must have a business checking account?
Honourable Minister Fortier.
The Honourable Minister Fortier.
Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague for recognizing the Canadian Armed Forces, and we need to take that time. Thank you so much. I also want to answer his question by saying that yesterday we did expand to include dividends and contracts to be part of the CEBA program, and we are continue to work on potential solutions to help business owners and entrepreneurs who operate through their personal bank account, as the member mentioned, or have yet filed a tax return because they are a newly created business. We will continue to work with our departments and the members of Parliament to try to find ways to resolve these difficult situations for a business. And I just want to also mention to the House that since the CEBA's launch, over 612,000 businesses have applied for the CEBA program.
Grey, Owen Sound.
Yes, Madam Chair. The question was when. I asked the government a month ago here in the House to look into reopening some Service Canada offices in a limited capacity while respecting provincial health guidelines in order to serve those Canadians that do not have internet or phone access. The minister replied that she'd take this on as a personal challenge. When will this occur?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, of course, we recognize that when we're dealing with Service Canada issues, that it's important that we have the proper infrastructure in place. We look forward to working with the different jurisdictions to make sure that we deal with the situation in a timely manner. We know that Canadians want to have access to the service, and of course, the digital infrastructure component of it is critical.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
So I'm more than willing to help out myself. I'm pretty sure in a month that I could get the physical infrastructure necessary into a Service Canada office to make it operational. Farmers across Canada, including fruit and vegetable growers like Nighthawk Orchards in my riding, are taking on the financial risk related to COVID-19 in order to provide Canadians with healthy, safe, and local foods. They have been consistent with their ask to the government. Give us better business risk management programs. Time is running out. If the government fails to help protect our farmers, some may never recover financially, and we will all face food security challenges for years to come. When will the government stop stalling and finally improve the ag stability and other business risk management programs?
The Honourable Minister Bibeau. Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, we are working very hard to improve risk management programs. They are shared cost programs with the provinces, and I have meetings every week, minimum, with my colleagues in the provinces to find solutions to make improvements to the risk management programs. Nonetheless, these programs offer an ordinary year $1.6 billion in support, and a year like this, it could be much more, so I would encourage producers to adhere, and they would have access to the other programs for businesses.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Can the government please confirm the information within the briefing note, information on carbon pollution pricing and implications for green driving dated 20 December 2019 is indeed classified as secret? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister Bibeau. The report is available publicly, Madam Chair, and there were some information directly related to the budget that was confidential. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, this year's Grey Cup is scheduled to be played in the city that I represent, Regina, Saskatchewan. Unfortunately, the future of the CFL and the Grey Cup Championship are in jeopardy due to the current pandemic. The members from Regina Louvain, Regina Qu'Appelle, and I would like to know, what plan does the government have to save this important part of Canadian culture, while at the same time respecting the interests of taxpayers?
L'honorable Ministre Joly.
The Honourable Minister Joly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, I had the chance to talk to the Commissioner of the CFL last week, Mark Cohen, and also have a good conversation with the Minister of Sport, Stephen Guilbeault. Definitely, we know Canadians love the CFL, and we really hope that the members' city will be able to host. But the reality is, right now, is that we need to make sure that we continue to follow our public health experts and make sure that we follow the best advice in the circumstances.
Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, according to a recent CBC News report, this government shut down its National Emergency Stockpile Warehouse in Regina, Saskatchewan last year. In doing so, 2 million N95 masks and nearly 500,000 medical gloves were taken to the Regina garbage dump. I have two questions for the Minister. Why was the Regina warehouse shut down, and why was the stockpile of personal protective equipment never replaced?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the National Emergency Stockpile is of significant importance for Canadians. It's important to remember that the stockpile was actually not originally designed to hold personal protective equipment, but rather antiretrovirals and other medications that are essential to Canadians in the time of a crisis. Having said that, I have committed publicly to reviewing the National Emergency Stockpile, including how the resources are managed and stored, and we'll have more to say as we go forward.
Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation, and the United Kingdom is our 5th largest trading partner. Yesterday, the United Kingdom released its list of tariffs on Canadian exports that will take effect next year if no free trade agreement is in place. These new tariffs will apply to Canadian wheat, lobster, maple syrup, and pretty much everything else that Canadians produce and export. When will this government begin free trade negotiations with the United Kingdom, or will Canadian exporters be stuck paying these new tariffs?
Honourable Minister Fortier.
Canada is a strong partner of the UK and the EU, and we look forward to continue strengthening our relationships with each of them. Over the past few years, in preparation for Brexit, our government has actively worked with UK ministers and government officials, including having our Prime Minister directly engaged to ensure a solid path forward for our two countries. We remain in touch with our counterparts, and we will continue to do so as we analyze the new most favored nation tariff regime schedule announced by the UK. All Canada-EU agreements will continue to apply to the UK during the Brexit transition period. Thank you, Madam.
Madam Speaker, I was pleased to learn recently that Irving Oil's refinery in New Brunswick will finally be able to buy crude oil from Western Canada. Unfortunately, they have to ship the oil by tanker all the way through the Panama Canal. And so my question, doesn't this government find it embarrassing that they have made it so difficult to build pipelines in this country that Eastern Canadians are buying Western Canadian oil not through pipelines, but through the Panama Canal?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me start by saying I am aware of Irving Oil's decision, and I think that this is a very good step in energy self-sufficiency for our country. It's great to see Canadian energy products being refined and used here in Canada. When it comes to pipelines, Madam Speaker, let me just point out that our government has actually bought a pipeline, and I'm very pleased to report that that pipeline is being built even as we speak.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana has 43 seconds, so 20-second question.
Madam Speaker, I guess I should take this opportunity to inform the Minister that the pipeline that her government bought, which still isn't built yet, that pipeline goes to the West Coast. The refinery that wants to buy the oil is on the East Coast. And so does the minister not understand the difference between East Coast and West Coast?
For the Deputy Prime Minister to respond.
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm almost tempted not to dignify that juvenile question with an answer. But let me simply say that I believe that there are a lot of eager customers for Canadian energy products. And when we can get that oil to our Pacific coast, I know that people will be happy to buy it, and it will be great for all Canadians.
I do want to remind the Deputy Prime Minister that using specific descriptions for members is not really, whether it's indirectly, is not really acceptable. And so I just wanted to mention that. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government has chosen to partner with a Chinese company backed by the Chinese military to conduct research in COVID-19. The communist regime is widely believed to have hidden data from the world, which could have helped prevent the virus's global spread. The Chinese military has also been accused of trying to hack research data by our own intelligence agencies. Does this government believe that the Chinese government is really the best party to conduct important scientific research with?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her question. As she full well knows, the health and safety of Canadians is our government's top priority. That is why we're working hard on all fronts to deliver safe and effective treatments and vaccines against COVID-19 for Canadians as quickly as possible. And the specific collaboration that the member opposite is talking about really underscores why it's important for us as Canadians to explore every promising option for COVID-19 vaccine. It is important that we do this and pursue this path because it's in the best interest of Canadians.
The Honourable Ms. Finley.
Madam Speaker, Oxford University is widely reported as the front runner in research development. Is Canada partnering with them?
Honourable Minister, very brief question. Answer, I mean.
The Chief Science Advisor, Madam Speaker, is engaging with the allies in different jurisdictions and working with partners to learn the best possible options when it comes to vaccine development.
The Ms. Finley.
Madam Speaker, there are more CERB claimants than unemployed. Public servants are being directed to ignore fraud, which is just unacceptable. A strong warning upfront would have prevented many from applying that aren't eligible. Is the government able to explain this discrepancy in the numbers, and why didn't you forewarn people away who should not have made the claim?
The member to address the questions to the chair and not to the individual ministers. L'Honorable Minister.
The Honourable Minister Duclos.
Madam Chair, three brief things. First, we put this into place because it was emergency to help Canadians. Second, we have been helping 8 million Canadians with a total of 14 million applications. And third, we have signaled from the very start that we have full confidence in the Canada Revenue Agency to track the applicants and to make sure that all of the rigor that is expected by Canadians to apply.
Madam Speaker, this government has admitted that our national debt could reach $1 trillion. Where is the money going to come from to pay for this $1 trillion debt, and which taxes will this government raise?
L'Honorable Ministre, une brève réponse.
The Honourable Minister, a brief response.
We are concentrating on prioritizing our efforts on Canadians, businesses, and we will continue to do so during the emergency crisis we're in at this time.
Madam Speaker, when will the minister relieve our kids and grandchildren from this crippling debt by presenting an economic plan in the House on how we will pay back a $1 trillion debt?
10-second answer, Ms. Fortier, Minister Fortier.
At this time, it would be impossible to provide a clear economic projection, but we will continue to be open and transparent about the actions we're taking to support Canadians.
Ms. Finley.
Madam Chair, CECRA has left small businesses in my riding floundering when the landlord refuses to apply and demands that tenants meet all their rent obligations, even in a government-mandated shutdown business. Will this government give tenants direct relief?
A brief answer from the Minister.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, the emergency measures that we're putting in place seek to help people who have commercial rents. We will continue to support businesses throughout the crisis.
Pacific Customs Brokers in my riding is suffering because this government has given customs payments relief to importers, but not to the brokers that most small businesses use. Will this government give payment relief or exemption from liability to these customs brokers or continue to let them down?
L'Honorable Ministre Fortier.
The Honourable Minister Fortier. Madam Chair, since the beginning of the crisis, we have found different ways to support businesses. We will continue to do so with the programs that we have put forward.
Very, very brief question, like 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Many small businesses in my riding are closing down for good. When will this Prime Minister and Cabinet not procrastinate leaving Canadians in the dark about their immigration figures?
Answer from the Minister. Le Président du Conseil.
President of Treasury Board.
Je serais enchanté de pouvoir en discuter.
I would be delighted to talk about it. Unfortunately, there's not enough time.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opposition Conservatives have been raising the potential for fraud with the CERB and other relief programs. An elderly mother and her 2 disabled children were alleged to receive the CRB are being held up as an example of fraudsters in the story published in the National Post. Wouldn't a universal payment such as a guaranteed livable income be a more dignified way to help Canadians who are struggling with poverty even before the COVID-19 increased their cost of living?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, and I would like to congratulate the Member of Parliament for his wording on poverty and exclusion, anxiety, vulnerability, all of those things that Canadians face every day in the context of this crisis. We are working very hard. We are happy to have his support in order to put in place these emergency measures, and we look forward to further collaborating with him.
Mr. Manley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask about a very serious long-running scam involving billions of dollars. Executives of over 450 corporations extracted wealth from the oil and gas resources of this country, paid themselves and their shareholders handsomely, and then declared bankruptcy, leaving behind hundreds of thousands of abandoned oil wells to clean up. Taxpayers are subsidizing this cleanup to the tune of $1.7 billion. Does the government know if any of the people involved in this massive dine and dash scam are now involved with any companies that are receiving government funding to clean up these orphaned wells?
The
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Look, and following the example of my colleague, let me just say I know that the member is very concerned about Canadian working people and understands that today, as we face the coronavirus, we need to be even more concerned about Canadian working people. And I think the member opposite would agree with members on this side of the House, and I think on the other side of the House, that workers in the oil and gas sector are particularly affected and are facing a double blow. And that is why I am extremely proud of the $1.7 billion our government has committed to cleaning up orphan wells. I think this is a program we can all...
Mr. Manley.
Thank you. I do believe that the workers need help and deserve to have help. And what I'd like to see is accountability for the executives. And I'd like to know whether the government, whether they know that former executives who left behind these orphan wells and stuck the taxpayers with this massive cleanup bill are involved with companies that are receiving these emergency relief benefits.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just continue my answer from the previous question, which is to say our government's priority today is to help Canadian workers who we know are facing a greater challenge than at any time since the Great Depression. And we understand that workers in the oil and gas sector are facing a double whammy. And that we also understand the importance of cleaning up Canada's environment. And I think the Orphan Well program is perhaps one of those rare programs that members on all sides of this House can support. It helps...
Manley.
Thank you. And indeed, we did support and advocate for cleaning up orphaned oil wells. What I'd like to know is whether we're going to have accountability for the people that left those orphaned oil wells behind. And I'd like to know whether they've been named in the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers that reveal tax cheats. It's estimated that $19 billion in lost revenue each year goes to tax evasion and tax avoidance. Now, will the government force companies that use these offshore accounts to change their practices and pay their fair taxes in order to receive these emergency benefits?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Let me just say to the member, not opposite, but on this side of the House, our government absolutely agrees that all Canadians, all Canadian companies need to pay their fair share, and we have committed unprecedented amounts of money to the CRA to find examples of tax fraud. Having said that, we also understand that we are facing an emergency right now, and our priority first and foremost is to take care of Canadian workers and not to punish them.
There's 8 seconds left.
I agree. I just think that the polluters should pay, and we need to have a way for them to pay. Quick question, will the government be extending relief benefits to people who are living on CPP disability?
Very brief answer. L'Honorable President.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board.
Unfortunately, I don't have enough time.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Human trafficking is a horrible crime that is hurting women, girls, and marginalized people. Last September, the Liberal government announced a $75 million commitment to a national strategy against human trafficking. However, organizations who provide long-term support to trafficked and sexually exploited women and girls are being cut. The London Abused Women's Centre is now forced to shut down their programs. Where is the funding the government promised, and why are they letting these important programs end?
The Honourable Minister Monsef.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody on the front lines of the work to support survivors of gender-based violence, including human trafficking. My colleague is absolutely right. We put forward a plan with $75 million, and $10 million of that will specifically provide empowerment supports to survivors. To date, over 500 organizations have received emergency COVID funding from our government, in addition to hundreds that had received capacity building funds. We're not done yet, Madam Speaker. We'll have more to say in the near future.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, the funding was meant to allow organizations to provide support for victims and survivors of human trafficking. Why aren't they receiving these funds to continue that important work? Has the government abandoned the fight against human trafficking?
Very brief answer from the Minister.
The fight against human trafficking is all of our collective fights, and we are committed to addressing this horrendous crime and putting an end to it. We have a strategy in place, an old program sunsetted. We're working on better solutions.
For London Fanshawe.
Students with dependents are facing tremendous financial stress, and during this difficult time, the government decided to define a student's dependent at 12 years old instead of using the CRA definition of 18 years old. Why is this government determined to make it harder for Canadians to access the help they need during this pandemic?
L'Honorable President.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board, a brief response.
Yeah, this is a very good question and a very good comment, which signals all of the important measures we've put into place to help students, to help children, to help families with children, as we're doing today. Now, today, families, 3.5 million families are receiving $300 per child due to the increase in the Canada Child Benefit.
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
This is a single mother to a son who has congenital heart defect. 2 years ago, Vanessa bravely decided to return to school to get her degree. She's looked for summer work so she could earn enough for her and her son to live off of before the pandemic, but now she has to decide between paying rent and groceries. Vanessa applied to the CESB only to find out that instead of being eligible for $2,000 a month with her dependent, she is only eligible for $1,250 because her son is 13 years old. This won't cover her living expenses. Will this government change the eligibility for students with dependents from 12 years old to 18?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister Duclos.
The overall objective of our government's mandate in this particular crisis is to help people swiftly, efficiently, with measures that we have never seen in our country and perhaps we have never imagined, such as the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, the increase in the GST tax credit, today's increase in the Canada Child Benefit. All of these measures we know are not only deserved but absolutely needed in the context of this important crisis.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
But Vanessa and her son can't get by, and so you're leaving them behind because of a stipulation. Does the government consider 13-year-old children capable of working to help support their parents who are trying to complete their education?
I remind the member she's to address the questions to the chair and not to the minister. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister, President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd say it in French so it's clear, because it's always better in both languages. The most important thing here is to help in the best, most effective and quickly as possible the millions of families who need our help in the context of this pandemic. There are a number of programs that we've announced and put in place. There will always be more to do.
Member for London Fanshawe has 54 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even as workplaces and industries start to slowly reopen, Vanessa can't work outside her home for fear of exposing her son to COVID-19. Schools are closed, she cannot use other forms of childcare as they may not be safe for him, and they're not available spaces that are affordable for her. She's struggling to make ends meet. What is this government's plan to help parents like Vanessa who need to go back to work but cannot leave their children at home alone?
L'honorable ministre Duclos a 25 secondes pour répondre.
The Honourable Minister Duclos has 25 seconds to answer.
For raising the issue of child care. Now, this is an example of the type of measures which we put into place in normal times that have a big impact in unusual times. The $7.5 billion 10-year investment that we have started to implement in the first mandate, those are exactly the type of measures that also are very important in the context of a particular crisis, and we know it will be important once we emerge from the crisis.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is the government doing to respect the Supplemental Unemployment Benefit Program agreements with businesses? Minister Duclos. Thank you. Earlier we were talking about youth unemployment. Let me say that in our lifetimes we have never seen such a high unemployment rate in Quebec. CERB is extremely important in Quebec, and I'm looking forward to continue talking about it. The Honourable Member for Joliette, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask my question again, and I'd like the Honourable Minister, if he's the one who answers, I'd like him to answer my question. What is the government doing to respect the agreements with businesses on the Supplemental Unemployment Benefit Program? Thank you for allowing me to continue. In Quebec alone, my calculations are that 2 million Quebecers, including, unfortunately, many of whom will not be able to get EI benefits, will receive CERB. And there will be more later, and we're looking forward to discussing that with opposition members. Sorry about that. The microphone. Let me furnish more details for the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Since they've had to stop their activities, many businesses have had to ask their employees to go on EI before CERB. To support their purchasing power, they created agreements for the SUB program. So instead of receiving 55% of their salaries, thanks to the program, workers are now receiving almost 80% of their salary. But despite these agreements with businesses, the government did not contact them and converted EI into the CRB, and there was radio silence about the agreements under the SUB. The government forgot all about it. Now, without getting an answer from the government, businesses are continuing to honor their side of the contract. They're continuing to send these additional benefits to employees, as was agreed, and now these workers need to refund their emergency benefit because the supplemental unemployment benefit goes over $1,000, which means they can't receive CRB. And since many of these businesses have more than 1,000 employees, that's a lot of people. What is the government going to do? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for that longer question, which means I can go into detail more. So there are 3 periods before the 15th of March, between 15th of March and the end of CERB, and then the period after the CERB. So before the 15th of March, we had our normal EI regime, which applies to all those who made an EI request before. Between the 15th of March and 4 months, maximum out of 8 months in total, people can receive CERB. And that significantly increases the number of Quebecers who can receive federal government assistance, because currently about 30% of Quebecers are getting those benefits who wouldn't be getting it otherwise. And then there will be a period after CERB, and we have already announced that the EI system will continue after CERB in order to continue supporting Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation is serious. Many workers, thousands of thousands, are currently falling through the cracks because there's been a lack of communication and follow-up between big companies that signed the Supplemental Unemployment Benefit Agreement and the government. This is leading to a serious problem. The government needs to take action. For example, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister whether it would be whether perhaps we could adopt or a decree could be adopted to exclude this income under one of these authorized agreements under the Supplemental Unemployment Benefit from the limit for the CERB, at least for 15th of March to 11th of April. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for talking about the importance of communication. Of course, under these circumstances, it's more difficult than usual to communicate. And if individuals or businesses in his riding need help, well, I know they can appeal to his expertise and all of his help, but beyond that, Service Canada agents are working very, very hard, and they will be very pleased to help him and those he serves. 10 seconds, Mr. Saint-Marie. Does the government realize that it's falling behind in the situation and that it's not doing anything? A 10-second answer. Well, I don't agree with my colleague. It's not accurate to say that the government isn't doing anything under these circumstances.
Madam Chair, I'll be splitting part of my time with the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. On May 12th, the CBSA announced the suspension of service at the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. Lake Simcoe Airport has a commercial port of entry designation. With this decision, there's now no international clearance ability for persons or goods within Central Ontario region, meaning that any international flights requiring customs will not be able to use the airport, including, for example, Honda Canada, the area's largest employer who just restarted production and needs the airport for parts. D&D will not be able to use for Operation Laser, the Canadian military operation related to the pandemic, stationed and on standby near Base Borden. Local manufacturers supplying PPE during the COVID-19 crisis, international medical repatriation flights, and Ontario Hydro, who maintains the Ontario power grid. How could such a decision be made given how important this airport is to this area during this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member opposite for this question. And the matter, of course, had been brought to me by one of his colleagues earlier. I've inquired of CBSA. They have provided that answer to the Lake Simcoe Airport, and provisions are made for emergency landing still being managed through the Borden Airport, and additional to some facilitation of commercial flights. There are restrictions that have been put in place at this and many other locations due to the lower volumes directly related to the COVID pandemic, but I believe a solution has been put in place for that airport.
Mr. Broussard. Minister, there is no landing opportunities at Base Borden. There's just simply no runway, functional runway that's there. So this is a short-sighted decision by the minister, and it's such a concern that Simcoe County Warden George Cornell contacted all area MPs, saying the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport has always maintained service due to a variety of reasons during past crises. Will the minister commit to reinstate service to the LSRA as a commercial point of entry because of its importance in maintaining supply chains for our local and Canadian economy and for the receipt of PPE?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, thank you, member, for the question. And in the response that CBSA provided, they indicated that Base Borden arrivals could be facilitated at the Lake Simcoe Airport, as well as for other specific commercial traffic. We'll do our best to continue to support the essential movement of goods and services through that airport, but at the same time, general aviation and private aircrafts coming and going will be restricted while these restrictions remain in place.
Mr. Broussard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week at PROC, there was a report that was issued, and it clearly showed that there was a contempt for Parliament. In fact, what the report, the Liberal members and the Bloc members supported, was a move to a virtual Parliament, exploiting the pandemic to implement a permanent virtual Parliament with its reduced ability to hold the government to account is gravely undermining a democracy. Why would the government support a move to a fully permanent virtual Parliament?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, ce que l'on cherche ici est un équilibre entre la capacité de...
Mr. Speaker, what we're looking for here is a balance between allowing the opposition to ask questions, which is a key part of our democracy, but also ensuring that we respect public health guidelines in Canada. Currently, we are working both virtually and here in person, and together we are working on a way to have a hybrid way of sitting. And I would ask if my colleague agrees with that.
About 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad that the government House leader mentioned that it's part of our democracy that the opposition be able to ask questions. Part of that is that the government is then obligated to answer them. And if this is the substitute for the House of Commons, the government should be answering our questions. My question to the government earlier was with respect to the mansion that was being built for the Prime Minister while his other mansion is being renovated. Why can't he stay home? Why was it being covered up? And how much is it going to cost?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, encore une fois...
Mr. Speaker, once again, this is a way of coming back to what we said earlier. And I would just like to say that this has nothing to do with the debate on the topic of the current pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my colleague will take these debates seriously. After all, there is the equivalent of a QP that lasts 45 minutes every week to answer opposition questions, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Berthold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the problem is that the government is choosing what questions it wishes to answer. Mr. Speaker, the new Auditor General confirmed yesterday that she will not be able to complete her audit of the federal infrastructure plan during the period that was asked for by most members in this House. This government has barely delivered anything in infrastructure since 2015, except words. And that's not my opinion. That's not just my opinion. In an article in La Presse Canadienne, it is said that the Minister of Infrastructure is saying that she's trying to be more intelligent and efficient with the existing programs. Is the government ready to commit to give the AG the sums she needs to finish this audit during the time period? I'd like to thank my colleague for this opportunity to thank and congratulate the new AG and say that she can count on our wholehearted support. We know she's going to do incredible and very important work for our parliamentary and governmental institutions. This work will contribute to greater transparency and openness for Canadians. And that's extremely important. And we're really looking forward to working with her. Mr. Berthold. Well, the past often predicts the future. And unfortunately for the Liberals, even in a period of economic growth, they weren't able to deliver. And infrastructure money just stayed in Ottawa. Currently, the world economy is suffering. No one believes in the Liberals' ability to make the economy recover when things are going badly, since they weren't capable of doing that when things were going well. When will the minister reveal the recovery plan and allow shovels to hit the ground in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with my colleague. Because the Minister of Infrastructure is working on the best way to ensure that infrastructure will help our economy recover and also help people work in the short term. And in the long term, we will meet the challenges that COVID-19 has raised. And we will help to rebuild Canada. Mr. Berthold, the Minister of Infrastructure said that the federal government was going to contribute to infrastructure plans, 80%. The Honourable Minister. Well, I would say that the minister is currently undertaking broad consultations with provinces and experts in Canada and abroad. Mr. Speaker, when will projects be eligible for this 80% federal funding? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we know, there hasn't been such a difficult period for the economy since the 1930s. Mr. Berthold, Mr. Speaker, are all the projects that are currently suffering from the slow rate of approval of the Liberal government, will they also get the 80% funding? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, when Canada builds, Canada grows. Mr. Berthold. Ministering answered a question by my colleague from Lévis-le-Binière and said that all the regions of Canada should be connected to high-speed internet. There are so many municipalities. Here's an example. One of my constituents told me that with many kids at home, internet is simply not working well, and that it makes things very difficult. So my question is, when will the last home finally be connected to internet? The Honourable Minister.
We have put forward investments along with a carefully thought out plan developed in partnership with municipalities to connect Canadians to the high-speed internet that they so deserve, that we're all going to need to recover from COVID with, and we're going to do so as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. Let me just through you put it out to all partners. We're willing to work with every willing partner to get this done.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as possible is too late for students who need to study online. And on Twitter, it has just been stated by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that the pandemic is placing these municipalities in an incredibly difficult position, and that delaying infrastructure projects will create a precarious situation. Ultimately, perhaps the government is trying to pass on the bill to taxpayers, given that municipalities won't be able to pay their bills at the end of the year. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I agree that municipalities are absolutely essential, especially today as we reopen the economy. These municipalities are so important, for example, because of the importance of public transit. I think everyone here understands the restrictions that municipalities operate under. We should also understand that municipalities are an area of provincial jurisdiction. The federal government is ready to work with municipalities and also with provinces.
Okay, pursuant to an order made April 20th, the committee shall now consider a motion that the committee take note on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic for not more than 2 hours and 10 minutes. Each recognized party shall be allotted 30 minutes for debate, which may be shared among members of the party, and a total of 10 minutes shall be allotted for debate by members who do not belong to a recognized party. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associated Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et pour votre...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For your information, I will be sharing my time with Minister Joly and also the Minister of Indigenous Services, the Honourable Mark Miller. Thank you very much. As we all know very well, the COVID-19 pandemic remains a historic crisis. Public health and safety, as well as protecting the economy and Canadian jobs, remain the government's principal priorities. We are listening to Canadians, and we are working tirelessly to find solutions which will enable us to protect Canadians and slow the spread of COVID-19. Since the beginning of this crisis, I have participated in 13 virtual meetings throughout the country to hear about Canadians' concerns and ideas and to answer their questions. The government has listened to Canadians, and we are taking measures to support them. Over the last 2.5 months, the government has taken energetic measures to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on Canadians through our economic response plan. The government is committed to using more than $150 billion for direct or general support. Our plan is one of the most extensive ones in the G7.
With safeguarding the economy and protecting jobs for Canadian workers remain this government's top priority. We are listening to Canadians and working tirelessly to find solutions that will keep them safe and slow the spread of COVID-19. Since this crisis began, I have participated in digital town halls across the country to hear the concerns and ideas of Canadians and help answer their questions. Our government has been listening and taking action to support them. Over the past 2.5 months, the government has taken strong actions to help mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on Canadians through the Economic Response Plan. Our government was committed and is committed more than $150 billion in widespread and direct support. We have one of the most comprehensive plans in the G7. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight for Canadians some of the key actions the government has made recently to make the Economic Response Plan more far-reaching and effective so that it can be more specifically meet the needs for Canadian workers and businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy helps businesses keep employees on the payroll and encourages employers to rehire workers previously laid off and better positions businesses to bounce back following the crisis. It provides a 75% wage subsidy, up to $847 per week, for employers of all sizes and across all sectors who suffered a major drop in gross revenues. To date, this program has supported over 2 million Canadian workers, and businesses continue to sign up every day. Just last week, the Prime Minister announced that our government will extend the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy by an additional 12 weeks to August 29, 2020. Extending the program will give workers greater confidence that they will continue to get the support they need during these difficult times. De plus, le gouvernement.
Moreover, the government announced that it has broadened eligibility to the emergency wage subsidy in order to ensure that a greater range of sectors and workers can benefit from it. Let me give some examples of employers who are now eligible. Businesses belonging to an Indigenous government who operate a business, including corporations of individuals whose associates are Indigenous governments and eligible employers, registered journalistic organizations, non-public schools and colleges, including establishments that offer specialized services such as art schools, driving schools, language schools, and piloting schools.
As well, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit remains a key plank of our government's effort to directly support Canadians who have lost their job, are sick, quarantined, or taking care of someone who is sick with COVID-19. Just as importantly, it also includes working parents who must stay home without pay to care for children who are sick or at home because of school and daycare closures. This benefit has supported approximately 8 million Canadians because in these extraordinary times, no Canadian should have to worry about paying their bills, rent, or putting food on the table. Additionally, workers who are still employed but are not receiving income because of disruptions to their work situation related to COVID-19 would also qualify for the CERB. The CERB is available to Canadian workers affected by the current situation, whether or not they are eligible for employment insurance. Selon les derniers chiffres,
according to the latest numbers, almost 8 million Canadians have requested the CERB, and about $35.9 billion in benefits have been sent to Canadians, the Canadians who need it most. Mr. Speaker, throughout the country, parents are wondering if they still have the means to feed their children, and they're trying to teach and raise them in a creative way. Since it was created in 2016, the Canada Child Tax Benefit has had a positive effect on families' income and has allowed us to target those who need it the most. The benefit is a monthly, non-taxable payment that is sent to eligible families to help them to fund the costs associated with raising children under 18. Compared to the previous system of child benefits, low-income or medium income families are receiving larger benefits under this program.
Part of its COVID economic response plan, our government took decisive action to ensure that families receive an additional $300 per child through the CCB in May to help them deal with added pressures of COVID-19. Eligible families are automatically receiving this one-time increase as part of their scheduled CCB payment this week. Those who already received the CCB do not need to reapply for this one-time increase. This measure will deliver almost $2 billion in extra support across the country. It will help families with the high cost of taking care of their kids during this challenging period. Mr. Speaker, many of our seniors are also facing difficulties. They built this country, and now they need our help. No one, especially the elderly, should have to choose between putting food on the table, paying for prescriptions, or saving money for expenses that are coming. Depuis le début de la pandémie, le gouvernement...
Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Government of Canada has adopted measures to help seniors. More than 4 million seniors have received a special payment through the GST credit in April. And these have totaled $1.3 billion. This has led on average to an amount of $375 to seniors living alone and $510 for senior couples. Moreover, the government has reduced the minimum amount for withdrawals from registered retirement income funds by 25% for 2020. And last week, we took other measures to help Canadian seniors and in order to give them more financial security during this period. We have announced a one-time non-taxable transfer of $300 to eligible seniors who are eligible to old age security benefits, as well as an additional amount of $200 for seniors who are eligible for the guaranteed income supplement, which would lead to a total of $500 for individuals who are eligible for both programs. This will help them to compensate for the increase in prices caused by COVID-19.
New Horizons for Seniors program with an additional investment of $20 million to support organizations that offer community-based projects that reduce isolation, improve the quality of life of seniors, and help them maintain a social support network. We are also extending the GIS and allowance payments if seniors' 2019 income information has not been assessed. This will ensure that the most vulnerable seniors continue to receive their benefits when they need them the most. The pandemic has placed particular demands on low-income workers in certain sectors, including those on the front line in hospitals and nursing homes, those ensuring the integrity of the food supply or providing essential retail services to Canadians. Le gouvernement propose de verser jusqu'à 3 milliards de dollars.
The government intends to transfer up to $3 billion to help low-income essential workers throughout Canada. Each province or territory can determine which workers are eligible for the support.
We'll get through this, and when this crisis is behind us, we will be in a better position to rebound together, to keep building a stronger country where everyone can succeed. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
La prochaine personne qui a la parole.
The next person to speak is the Minister of Economic Development and Minister for Official Languages. Thank you very much. As we all know, Canadians are experiencing this crisis daily. And ultimately, it's changing every aspect of their daily lives in every part of Canada. And we are all witnessing this. Yes, this is a health crisis, but it is also an economic crisis.
Going through right now is not only a health crisis, but also an economic crisis. And our cities, and including Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, but also our regions, from Bathurst to Tofino, and including the Great North, are affected by what's going on. Les priorités du gouvernement ont été...
The government's priorities have been, firstly, to protect the health and lives of Canadians. As always, the goal has been to flatten the curve when it comes to health risks. Our second priority was to broaden the social network, the safety net rather, in order to flatten the curve of inequality this time.
Massively the social safety net, and we decided to adopt a people's first approach. We created the CRB, which is the $2,000 amount per month. We also increased the Canada Child Benefit, came up with some new GST payments to people all across the country, and later on we came up with an increased support to students and seniors. Et finalement, la troisième priorité, c'est vraiment...
And finally, the third priority is our economic response. So to flatten the curve of economic risk. As Minister of Economic Development, supported by 6 incredible parliamentary secretaries, I can say that we've done a lot of work. We've covered a lot of ground, virtual ground, of course, but we've been using Zoom, WebEx, all sorts of webinar platforms to allow us to talk with entrepreneurs and chambers of commerce. We've talked to thousands of entrepreneurs throughout the country, whether in large cities or in more remote areas, and also in the incredible part of Canada that you love so much, Mr. Speaker, the north of Ontario. We have heard about the anxiety that people are experiencing. We know people are stressed. As a former entrepreneur before entering politics, I fully understand the level of stress and concern that is being experienced by these entrepreneurs. They're facing an unprecedented crisis. Given that anxieties are running high, we have decided to act, and we are bringing forward solutions. If we look at how we have responded as a government, at the beginning, our interpretation of the situation was that there would simply be a deferral of demand, that there would be less demand for 1 or 2 months, and that then demand would rebound. And that's why, at first, we decided to focus on liquidity. We worked with the banking system and BDC and ETC. Then, as time went on, as my colleagues and I studied the situation and looked at what was happening on the ground with entrepreneurs, we realized that we needed to go farther and start focusing on the question of costs to ensure that we have an approach that's based on subsidies.
We're taking stock of what was going on, what entrepreneurs were telling us, and there are different chambers of commerce. We decided to look much more into the cost of businesses and their burn rate. And that's why we decided to go ahead with a first ever wage subsidy that passed from 10% at the beginning of the crisis to now 75%. We came up also with the CRB, so the CEBA loan, the CEBA loan, the $40,000 loan, which includes a $10,000 forgivable subsidy. And also, as fixed costs were still an issue, we came up with the rent relief. Now, although we came up with these important and never, before measures, businesses were still following through the cracks. And that's why it became clear, Mr. Speaker, that we had to go forward with a new fund, which is the Regional Relief Fund. This fund is administered through ACOA in Atlantic Canada, DEC in Quebec, FedDev and FedNor in Ontario, Western Diversification in Western Canada, and CanNor for the 3 territories. It is nearly $1 billion that is awarded to our different regional development agencies to make sure that businesses that cannot have access to the wage subsidy or cannot have access to the CEBA loan, the $40,000 loan, well, finally they can come up and have access to new measures. And so it's $1 billion that we are providing through our regional development agencies. Our regional development agencies are well-tooled to know what is important in Northern Ontario, in Atlantic Canada, and in Quebec. They know that businesses have been hard hit in Western Canada, and they're well-tuned to be a convener of many other federal government, but also the government of proximity, that is the closest to the ground while we're still the federal government sometimes hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from people and businesses. Et donc, voilà pourquoi on est arrivé avec.
So that's why we came out with this $1 billion fund, the new Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. It's a way, if you will, for us to ensure that there aren't any entrepreneurs or employees who fall through the cracks. Now, Mr. Chair, I said that we extended the social safety net earlier, and now we're tightening it up to have more solid support. Yesterday, we expanded the $40,000 loan with new criteria, for example, for access to funding. But there are still some entrepreneurs and companies that don't qualify, but they can now apply under the new Regional Recovery and Relief and Recovery Fund. As I said, it will be administered by ACOA in the Atlantic, DEC in Quebec, FedNor in Northern Ontario, FedDev in Southern Ontario, by Western Economic Diversification in the West, and CanNor. It represents a large amount of money for the organizations, and these are the community futures organizations that I'm referring to across the country that will receive the funding and administer it. The objective is to provide access to funding, loans and grants to make up for shortcomings, and to support strategic companies through loans and subsidies. We know that some industries were hard hit. Seasonal industries, for example, like tourism. And as minister who is also responsible for tourism, I can assure you that tourism needs help, and that's why we have come out with this program.
And some industries have been more impacted than others. We know that, for example, seasonal industries are more impacted, and we know also that the tourism sector has been hard hit. Many of our colleagues in this House have mentioned this issue. And so what we're saying to tourism operators and tourism leaders, come and see your regional development agency, let's sit down, let's have a conversation, and let's find solutions. So with all these measures, well, we're doing that for people. And we are doing that for people to make sure that businesses can survive this economic crisis, and also that we can keep jobs and make sure that people receive paychecks through their employers. And what we're saying to Canadians right now is we're working for you, with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
We'll now go to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kweit, Danse Ulukut, good afternoon, bonjour. As we are learning from past experiences responding to pandemics in Canada, and specifically in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities during H1N1, for example, we need to recognize and understand from that experience that these communities have a higher risk of being disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, and that remains the case. The First Nations and Inuit Health Branch continues to provide effective, sustainable, and culturally appropriate health programs and services that contribute to the reduction of gaps in health status between First Nations and Inuit and other Canadians. I would like to remind members of this House and all Canadians that improving the health of Indigenous peoples is a shared responsibility between federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners. Our goal, our common goal, continues to be to work together in partnership to ensure Indigenous communities receive the care they need. By working together, we can save lives. As of May 19th, we've seen 198 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in First Nations communities on reserve, and 16 cases in Nunavik. It is important to note for this House that of those mentioned cases, 148 First Nations cases are recovered, and the entirety of the Inuit cases in Nunavik, the same, recovered. This is due to incredible First Nations Inuit leadership in stomping the curve, aggressive screening, testing when cases manifest themselves in community, and the amazing work to contact trace as quick as they can when a case arises in community. And it is thanks to that aggressive action and the passage of time that these cases have recovered. In addition to the direct funding of approximately $300 million that we've provided directly to Indigenous communities and in excess of $300 million in business supports, to date more than $107.8 million in funding has been allocated by my department toward the health response, specifically to COVID-19, to ensure the procurement of supplies and nursing services in communities, as well as preparedness measures led by the communities themselves, the leadership of which I mentioned earlier has been exemplary. We continue to monitor, in particularly closely, the situation in northwestern Saskatchewan, and to support communities in response to the outbreak, we've provided $2.3 million in funding, which has gone towards the Northwest Saskatchewan Pandemic Response Plan. This pandemic plan is a collective effort between First Nations, Métis, municipal, provincial, and federal partners. Meadow Lake Tribal Council and Métis Nation Saskatchewan, in particular, have undertaken exemplary collaboration in leading the response to this significant and concerning outbreak. Indigenous Services Canada also continues to work with the Northwest Communities Incident Command Centre in the area, including provincial health authorities, First Nations and Métis communities, to support their efforts through increased access to testing, enhanced surveillance, strong contact tracing, and infection prevention and control measures. We are all focused on the health response that will save lives, and I want to reassure First Nations leadership that we are committed to supporting First Nations communities in activating their pandemic plans and providing the support in collaboration with provinces that best respond to each community's needs in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Lorsqu'il s'agit de prévenir et de combattre la propagation.
When it comes to preventing and fighting the spread of this virus, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities living in urban centres off-reserve are facing unique challenges. Since the start of the pandemic, Indigenous organizations in urban areas and off-reserve, as well as local community organizations, have been working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to provide services, direct services to Indigenous people. We realize that COVID-19 has placed additional pressure on operations and increased overall expenditures for these organizations. In response to these requirements, we took steps and put in place immediate measures to support them through the Indigenous Community Support Fund, where $15 million has been earmarked and distributed to regional Indigenous organizations in urban areas and off-reserve. There are a number of initiatives that are also providing funding to women who are fleeing violence, seeking refuge, and for shelters for victims of sexual assault. Additional funds for food banks have also been provided to meet the urgent needs for food for Canadians and Indigenous peoples in the North. In addition to federal funding, provinces, territories, and individuals, through their charitable donations, are also playing an important role in supporting these organizations. We recognize, however, that more support is necessary. We're working actively with communities to identify the support that they need, and we're working in collaboration with our government partners to explore other options for providing more assistance to urban off-reserve Indigenous organizations.
COVID-19 economic response plan, and as mentioned by Minister Monsef earlier today, Indigenous Services Canada is currently distributing $10 million to its existing network of 46 emergency shelters on First Nations reserves and in the Yukon to support Indigenous women and children fleeing violence. In response to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final report, the Government of Canada committed to working with territories, provinces, and Indigenous governments and partners to develop a national action plan that will address violence against women, girls, and LGBT and Two-Spirit people. To that end, we are supporting national Indigenous organizations in reaching out to their members to identify their priorities, best practices, and further understand how they want to be involved in the co-development and implementation work that lies ahead. That's why last week, my colleague, Minister Bennett, attended the Yukon engagement session on violence against Indigenous women and girls, co-chaired by Yukon Territorial Minister Jeannie Dendis and Women and Gender Equality Minister Mariam Monsef. This engagement session was a great opportunity to allow Yukon to share wise and promising practices, initiatives, priorities, challenges, and views regarding the systemic and disproportionate violence experienced by women, girls, and LGBT and two-spirited people with jurisdictions and other stakeholders from across the country. In addition to this, we've recently concluded a proposal-based process to distribute $15 million to organizations that provide critical services to First Nations off-reserve and Indigenous peoples living in urban centres. This funding is part of the government's Indigenous Community Support Fund. To date, over 94 proposals have been supported through the urban and off-reserve stream of the Indigenous Community Support Fund. This includes support for friendship centres as they continue their important work to serve urban Indigenous communities in the face of this pandemic. Supporting Indigenous youth is another key area of our focus, and among our recent measures, we've included in the nearly $9 billion for post-secondary students and recent graduates a one-time increase of $75.2 million in 2020-2021, and this is dedicated to provide support to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation students impacted by COVID-19 so they can continue, maintain, and pursue their academic studies. This funding, to be clear, is in addition to the existing distinctions-based support for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation students pursuing post-secondary education, and the Canada Emergency Student Benefit Funding, which is available to all Canadian students. We are also working with Indigenous partners, including youth organizations, to support and promote Indigenous resources for youth. For example, We Matter is an Indigenous-led youth organization focused on life promotion and messages of hope and resilience, and they have developed important toolkits which are available for youth, teachers, and support workers to help youth and those who support youth. In closing, Mr. Chair, let me reiterate that we are committed to responding and supporting the evolving needs of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities and individuals as we transition together through the various stages of this pandemic. Miigwech, nakumik, merci. Merci, Marcy, thank you.
We'll now go to Mr. Kirk. Mr. Kirk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to once again stand in this House. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that every member of this House would say that they believe in democracy. Monday will be a chance to prove it. Prove that the extraordinary impacts that we are facing as a society do not hamper democratic, responsible government. Robert Baldwin and Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine faced impossible odds when trying to structure a working government prior to the bringing together of the British North American colonies. They were faced with a choice about democracy. They chose to respect the people, the then colonial legislature, and do what was right. A decision that helped build the foundation for what became Canada and the nation that we know and love today. Mr. Speaker, we need to bring Parliament back. Our democracy and our rights depend on it. Responsible government depends on it. Parliament is the keystone to Canadian democracy and should be allowed to function in its full authority. It is the only way that all corners of this great nation can be represented, where there is a free and unfettered exchange of ideas. That does not mean that we can't respect public health guidelines like some have suggested. We can utilize technology to ensure that those who can't be here in person can still ensure that their regions are heard. We can ensure that only a safe number of MPs are physically present in the House at a time, and we can plan around cafeterias being closed, and we can make do with fewer staff. Legislatures across Canada and many parliaments around the world have figured out a way to make it work. We owe it to our constituents. In fact, we owe it to Canadians, and we owe it to every person who has fought for our freedom throughout our history to make sure that our democracy functions. I've heard from hundreds and hundreds of constituents who have expressed fear, a fear that the Liberals are using this pandemic to exert a level of authoritarian rule over this country that is both unprecedented and dangerous. These are strong words. However, the evidence keeps piling up. From the executive overreach within the government relating to the gun grab, the haze of misinformation and lack of accountability on all fronts, the first bill they proposed would have given them unlimited taxation and spending power for a year and a half. And their ongoing refusal to provide clarity on a budget and an economic update, even when we are to see our national debt surpass $1 trillion and government expenditures $500 billion. The Prime Minister seems to like the tightly controlled atmosphere of his cottage appearances. He gets a few questions for about half an hour a day, promising billions of dollars with few details. It seems to be carefully choreographed. And this was confirmed when we saw that it was none other than the state broadcaster that was asking the lion's share of the questions. And it's limited to the Ottawa Press Corps, representing a narrow band of perspectives in this country. The Cottage Chronicles, as some of my constituents have referred to them as, do not replace the fundamental role that Parliament needs to play in Canada. So where does that leave us? I exhort every member of this House, every member that has a seat in this chamber, to stand up for what's right, to stand up for their constituents, to stand up for our democracy, and call on Monday for a modified return of Parliament in its full authority, whether that be members of the opposition or members of the government. Mr. Speaker, we'll find out on Monday how all members of this House feel about this issue. We need to remember that Parliament, not a Prime Minister that flirts with this authoritarianism, gets to determine what happens. This speaks to a principle that sets the pretext for what we do here, and that is called parliamentary supremacy, not press conferences. With the support and feedback of my constituents, I join with my Conservative colleagues to make it clear that Parliament needs to be brought back. So I conclude with this. We need to show the world that a pandemic has not diminished Canadian democracy. In the words of former Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, he said that Parliament is, quote, more than just procedure. It is the custodian of the nation's freedom, unquote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now go to Mr. Redekop. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the people of Saskatoon West. It is certainly my honor to do what I was elected to do, which is to work for them and support them during this pandemic. Many of them have had a difficult time dealing with COVID-19. There's been uncertainties, hardships, difficulties, students trying to graduate, newcomers waiting for permanent residences or citizenship, and those that have lost loved ones, whether from COVID or other things. It's been a very difficult time to be visiting in hospitals and certainly dealing with mourning. That's been a very hard thing for people. But yet, the people of Saskatoon West have persevered. They've been delivering food, they've been encouraging others, and they've just been behaving very, very well. And so I want to give a big shout out to the people of my riding in Saskatoon West. You've gone above and beyond, and you've made us all look very good. And it is great to be here in this House today, holding the government to account. Democracy doesn't function over Zoom. It needs in-person meetings. John Diefenbaker said, Parliament is more than just procedure. It is the custodian of the nation's freedom. The elected legislature is the beating heart of our government. Without it, democracy breaks down. It's so much more than questions and answers. Holding the government accountable produces concrete improvements. And during COVID-19, in very few sessions, the opposition has forced the government to enhance wage subsidies, offer student supports, reduce penalties for part-time workers, prevent new workers from losing benefits, authorize credit unions to deliver loans, and connect employers with potential employees. These improvements came from opposition MPs questioning the government, but there's much more to do. The Liberal government is still letting Canadians down. An example from my riding. Percy H. Davis Limited is a customs broker with 4 offices in Saskatchewan, including an office in my riding. The government has deferred GST and customs duties until June 30th, and the purpose of this is to reduce the costs and improve the cash flow of importing companies. But the program has created an unintended consequence, and that is the importer can defer the payments of GST and duties, but the customs broker has to assume the liabilities for those duties. If the business happens to go bankrupt, it's the customs broker who still has to pay these fees. So as a result, they're being forced to collect the GST and duty up front, which completely negates the whole purpose of the program. So I'm calling on the government to provide a waiver or suspension of customs broker liability for duties and taxes owed during the deferral period. My office has received hundreds of emails on other things, letters and phone calls, CERB, wage subsidies, business loans, travel issues, many, many things, and we've been helping constituents. These issues are important, but they are short-term issues. Another critical purpose of a properly functioning democracy is developing good medium-term and long-term policies. An example, there's been talk of restarting our economy with a focus on green technology. Now, it is wise to use this opportunity to re-examine what we are doing and why. And we have to make tough choices, and part of that is learning from the mistakes of others. For example, the Liberal government in Ontario tried to implement green power generation and ended up creating the most expensive electricity in Canada. We definitely have to treat our planet well and to minimize pollution. We have to improve technology to minimize carbon output. But we have to balance that with maintaining our resource base. We have to recognize that much of Canada's wealth comes from exporting resources. We can't destroy our economy in the process. Another example, the oil industry is very much alive. Despite the slowdown from COVID-19, energy demand will continue to rise over time. Renewables will increase, but they can't keep up to the demand. Fossil fuels will be required for many years to come. This is especially true in the third world. Fossil fuels are lifting people out of poverty. You can't say to somebody who's never had lights that you can't have electricity, or you can't force someone to continue using a smoke-filled fire to cook from that causes lung and breathing problems. We can't eliminate the demand for energy. We must create technology to produce cleaner energy in all forms, including fossil fuels. Canada can demonstrate to the world best practices. Our oil and gas industry is already viewed as the best in the world. We have the best human rights policies, the best wages. We have environmental practices that are best in the world. Our safety record is second to none. And our companies are constantly innovating, creating new and cleaner processes and technology to extract our resources. The oil industry is very much alive for many years to come, and Canada must lead the way in producing the best oil for the world. There are more examples I can give, but I want to turn to my final point. What is the long-term economic impact of this COVID-19 pandemic? Now, here again, it is absolutely critical that we have a functioning parliament. When we ask the government for an economic update, the Liberal government lets Canadians down by not answering. The Liberals have abdicated their responsibility to provide financial information and instead are relying on the PBO. It's not the PBO's job to produce economic updates and budgets. They're supposed to be a means of sober second thought. It is the finance minister's job to assess the cost of programs and predict revenues. This arithmetic produces a budget. Now, this is hard work, but a competent finance minister can figure it out. What is our deficit going to be this year? We don't know. Apparently, we're going to have $1 trillion debt when this year is over, but the government lets us down by staying silent. A functioning parliament can continue to ask questions and keep the government accountable. What are the longer-term implications? Every amount of money we are spending now is being put on our credit card. At some point, that credit card maxes out. Then what? Well, if we think back to World War II, we had very high short-term borrowing, followed by 20 years of booming growth. The debt was brought under control by a roaring economy. Our economy has been plodding along at roughly 2% growth for the last 20 years. Growth is not going to save us this time. Now, in the mid-1990s, Finance Minister Paul Martin faced a major problem. Canada's debt had gotten too large as a percent of GDP. It was about 68%. Interest costs were dragging the government down. He had no choice but to cut program spending and raise taxes. The debt was brought under control by austerity. What will happen this time? The Liberals proudly campaign on slowly decreasing our debt to GDP ratio. In 1 year, it's going to go from 33% to 50% and possibly higher. If deficit spending continues for several more years, that ratio could hit 60% or more. What magic debt to GDP number will plunge Canada into crisis? The government must answer these questions. We have to have a functioning parliament in order to continue pressing this government and holding it to account. The future of our country depends on it. Thank you.
We'll now go to Mr. Generous.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is the most sacred obligation of a government to protect its people, especially to protect them from threats that they cannot see. Citizens must be able to trust their government to act responsibly and to act in the public interest in preparing to respond to long-term threats, to be ready with a plan so that we can pull that plan out if we need it. When governments fail to plan for moments of crisis, when they ignore potential threats and bet that good times will last forever,
then they violate the most sacred obligation and they break trust with the people they govern. When that trust is broken, public trust in our governing institutions is undermined. This COVID-19 pandemic, striking at this time and in this way, was an unknown, but it unfolded in a way that we should have been planning for, that we had every reason to be prepared for. In 2003, in the immediate aftermath of the SARS outbreak, the Government of Canada created the Public Health Agency, specifically in order to ensure that we were ready to respond in the case of situations like this. SARS and COVID-19 are both part of the same family of viruses. They are both coronaviruses. We created a specific agency of government in response to the last coronavirus outbreak, in order to prepare us for the next coronavirus outbreak, to build the plan and to amass the resources to fight something like SARS, that is, another coronavirus. But in the last 4 years under this Liberal government, a mask stockpile was destroyed and not replaced. The Public Health Agency spent money on climate change programs instead of on preparation. We sent vital supplies to China at a time when we were almost certain to face shortages here. It becomes clear quickly that there was no plan. In the months leading up to this outbreak, the Minister of Health repeatedly told Canadians that the risk was low. She attacked those who said otherwise, accusing them of spreading misinformation and fear. She said in this House on February the 4th, how Canadians can be assured that we are getting the right information? One way might be if the opposition does not sensationalize the risk to Canadians. Instead of attacking the opposition for raising legitimate questions during the early months of this year, the health minister should have been busy preparing. She should have been preparing to roll out a plan which her government had already worked out long in advance. Being prepared to protect our country in the event of a crisis is a sacred obligation of government. And in spite of the lessons of 2003, this government had no plan for the next coronavirus pandemic. When it comes to this sacred obligation to keep Canadians safe, they let us down. What would a plan have included? What would it have achieved? And what could it still achieve, even at this relatively late stage? The data from countries around the world who have been most successfully fighting COVID-19 identifies 5 key elements of an effective strategy, elements which would have kept us safe while limiting economic devastation. These elements are border measures, masking, testing, tracing, and distancing. We can learn from remarkable success stories like Taiwan, South Korea, New Zealand, and the Czech Republic, which effectively implemented some or all of these elements. Now, by border measures, I mean that ideally, through limiting flights and through screening at the border, we could have kept COVID-19 out or at least bought ourselves some extra time to put systems in place. The health minister declared early on that border measures would not be effective. The government did eventually close the border, but it was too late. And even after we were told screening was in place, massive gaps persisted. Masks provide a physical barrier for the transmission of droplets which can carry COVID-19. There has been plenty of good science available for a long time to suggest that encouraging people to wear masks would limit the spread of this disease. Bizarrely, public health authorities in the US and Canada were critical of mask wearing, even suggesting that mask wearing could be counterproductive. This bad advice, thankfully now reversed, represents a scandal of epic proportions. Why, without a shred of evidence, were supposed authorities saying that people shouldn't use a barrier to block droplet transmission? It is as if they imagine that droplets which carry COVID-19 have some mystical spiritual properties which make them impervious to physical barriers. A droplet is a physical thing, obviously impacted by the presence of a physical barrier. So the officially designated authorities now acknowledge this. The science on masks, though, never changed. Nobody did a new study which immediately and dramatically reversed some previous conclusion. In reality, there was a shortage of masks, which led officials to present misleading information about their usefulness. Even with the shortage, people should have been advised much earlier to deploy homemade cloth masks, which do provide some level of protection. And many experts knew this all along. This government presented misinformation on the mask issue when lives hung in the balance. On testing and tracing, effective systems of testing and tracing would mean that people were regularly and rapidly being tested for COVID-19, that new testing technologies were coming on stream quickly, and that we were using cutting-edge technology to trace the possible path of the virus every time we identified a new case. Tracing can be done in a way that respects civil liberties as long as there is appropriate independence from government and sufficient oversight. I am sympathetic to those who have concerns about this, but a tracing mechanism with appropriate safeguards is a much lesser infringement on personal liberty than is an indefinite requirement that we all stay home. And finally, distancing, something that we are all doing. But distancing alone isn't going to solve this because we cannot distance in the manner that we are at present for very much longer. People are frustrated with the seeming never-ending quarantine of healthy people, not least of which because they increasingly have a hard time trusting the government when it comes to information. They are frustrated by a government that was wrong about preparation, wrong about risk levels, wrong about borders, wrong about masks, behind on testing, and still has not put in place a national framework for tracing. So now we're approaching the end of May. And where is the plan? Where is the public health plan for the adaptation and management of this crisis post-quarantine? Much could be said about this government's spending measures, but all of those things are ultimately downstream from fundamental questions about how the government is and is not managing the public health issue, such that we will be able to re-energize our economy before we are in an acute debt crisis. Effectively targeted bridging measures are the right policy for a short period of time, but no community of people can enjoy prosperity for long without most of them working. As a result of this crisis and measures already committed to, generations to come will have to live with higher taxes, lower social spending, or both. That, too, is why we need a real plan to fight COVID-19 as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, the government will no doubt respond to some of these criticisms by saying that they were following public health advice. Governments must always listen to a broad range of experts, including both those within the federal public service and those outside of it. Listening to the experts means experts in the plural. It does not mean turning one qualified expert into some kind of infallible authority. It does not mean ignoring the experience of public health officials in other countries who are pursuing a different set of policies and are having more success. From our leaders, we also expect precautionary decision-making. If some experts think border closures will work and some experts think border closures will not work, it is probably safer in the face of an impending pandemic to close the border. Experts can give advice on the likely outcomes based on their models, but it is politicians who decide the degree to which we should apply precautionary thinking in responding to that advice. So, Mr. Speaker, what do we do now? It's too late for some things. It's not too late for others. A couple months ago, I co-authored a piece for the Epoch Times on this issue in which I said the following. Our current approach to fighting this pandemic emphasizes general isolation. With a limited supply of masks and limited testing, this is the only way. In an ideal response, though, people could still leave their homes, but everyone would have access to and be encouraged to wear protective masks in most situations when out and about. Everyone would continue to be encouraged to regularly wash their hands. Anyone who thought they might be exposed to the virus would get tested and immediately get the results back. This way, those who had the virus would know right away and could stay away from others. In the event of errors in awareness or testing, gloves and hand washing would still greatly limit transmission. When a case is discovered, those who had been in contact with or in the same area as that person could be immediately notified and immediately tested. If we had these measures and practices in place, there would be much less of a need for people to stay in their homes. The virus could be tracked and contained even while life continued. Mr. Chair, this was published on March 31st. This government has a sacred obligation to act to keep Canadians safe. And the government let us down, and public health and our economy has suffered as a result. But now we need to see the plan for adaptation and for reboot. Canadians are innovative, they are ready for a challenge, and I remain optimistic about the future of this country in spite of the challenges. We have overcome bigger things before, but real political leadership is badly needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Very good. Before we go on to the next speaker, I'd like to remind the honourable members that we do have interpreters on site, and they have to keep up with what we're saying. And I know we get excited and we tend to speak very quickly. I do it myself. But I just want to remind everyone, out of respect for the interpreters, maybe just kind of speak at a more reasonable tone. Not slow, just a regular tone. Ms. Rood, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take a moment to send my deepest condolences to all who have lost a loved one to COVID-19 and to wish a speedy recovery to those who are currently battling against it. This truly is a difficult time for us all, and we're fortunate to have all the great men and women on our front lines who are taking care of us, making sure that we're taken care of if we're sick, and also feeding us. These unprecedented times started out with a glimmer of hope that despite all that is being thrown at us, we'll face it together as a unified nation, all in this together. As time goes on, it's becoming abundantly clear, though, that this government's version of together unfortunately doesn't include the majority of my constituents of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. With each announcement and new government program, the question I keep hearing, whether it's from businesses or seniors, is how is this supposed to help me? There are so many cracks in the government's plan, and while the official opposition is doing everything we can to identify those cracks and help get support to the most vulnerable, the government not only ignores most of our proposals, but they're also attempted to unprecedented power grabs. And while the tab for the support programs continues to accumulate, so many people and businesses continue to be left behind. A key industry left behind amidst all of the government support programs is agriculture. Whether it's a lack of labor, processing capacity issues, market access issues, inadequate BRM programs, or food safety issues, this government has done very little. When thinking about agriculture, processing capacity has been an issue for years, with the COVID-19 crisis further exacerbating this problem. Rob Lipset of the Beef Farmers of Ontario has said the biggest issue that we're trying to address at all levels of government. With the closure of the Riding Regency plant, processing capacity issues have come to the forefront. The current situation is dire for beef farmers, and they need a cash infusion program from the government. Minister Bibeau has said that $77 million promised for food processors has a goal of increasing capacity, but is also to address short-term needs. But how does this make sense when processing capacity is a structural problem? When questioned further, the minister just encourages producers to access the funding available through existing BRM programs. This is nothing new and not helpful to all our struggling producers. Yet again, the Liberal government is showing us the different ways that they are continually letting down farmers and producers. It's obvious that farmers are not their priority. When referring to the government's spending announcements on agriculture, Marcel Groulot, president of the Union des Producteurs Agricoles, said, "I think they missed a great opportunity today. It's an announcement that is completely insufficient. Of the $250 million for farmers, there's about $125 million in new investment. Half of that is what producers would have gotten anyway." The BC Fruit Growers Association said the financial support package the Canadian agriculture industry announced is profoundly underwhelming. When it comes to BRM reform, we can see that Liberals are just recycling old promises. We've repeatedly called on this government to take strong action to support our farmers and producers, including reforming BRM programs. The bulk of what the government announced for agriculture amidst COVID-19 was $125 million for agri-recovery. This is not new money, but a re-announcement of money that's already budgeted for in the yearly budget. And the minister has avoided questions, where is she, on where producers can access this money. Knowing that the program is difficult to work with and inaccessible, the minister has responded by telling producers to use an online calculator and to still apply. So, great. Farmers now have an online calculator to figure out how quickly their farmhouses are burning and whether they qualify for the government-issued bucket of water to be delivered at an undetermined point of time in the future. Our producers and our farmers are being left behind, and they deserve better. Mr. Chair, this country is facing many trade disputes, especially when it comes to agriculture, particularly with China. Market access issues are at the forefront. Exports of commodities like soybeans, canola, and pork are facing additional challenges. The government says they are committed to helping farmers, but to their disappointment, the government has ignored all their pleas. And on April 1st, they even raised the carbon tax by 50%. Mr. Chair, my constituents and millions of Canadians are facing significant and sustained hardships. With stagnant revenues and rapid debt accumulation, many are struggling to stay above water. At the very least, they were hoping that their government would show them some sort of mercy and hold off on raising their taxes. And to add insult to injury, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister continue to deny the real impacts of the carbon tax. This outrageous claim that the carbon tax puts more money in Canadians' pockets keeps getting repeated over and over. And no, our businesses and farmers' budgets don't balance themselves. On top of the direct costs, it's becoming harder and harder for our farmers to compete internationally against those who aren't burdened by punitive taxes. I've heard from farmers in my own riding that they will be planting less corn this year, partially due to their drying costs having skyrocketed with the carbon tax. And this is wrong, and the government isn't doing anything about it. Mr. Chair, food security has also become top of mind, especially when considering the reports of empty shelves throughout this pandemic. Coinciding with the lack of financial support to our farmers and producers, many of our family farms are experiencing hardships and expected to go bankrupt. With just a fraction of what was asked for being given to the agriculture sector, it is estimated that up to 15% of our farms, or about 30,000 farm families, will go out of business. But this could be stopped if immediate and meaningful support is provided to safeguard our food security and a critical sector of our economy and rural communities. Canada's Conservatives will continue to press the Liberal government for real financial support for our agriculture sector. In fact, we have proposed a student jobs program to fill labour shortages in agriculture and agri-food. This could be a new federal program that would match students and young people with jobs that are available. I have heard from many farmers in my own riding that this would really help, but this government isn't moving on our proposal. For young Canadians, this could be an incredible opportunity to work in agriculture and gain valuable knowledge about where your food comes from. For our farmers and ranchers, they could have a great source of local labour to help fill the labour shortage gaps. This is just another example of a constructive Conservative solution to help those affected by COVID-19. Mr. Chair, this government is also using this pandemic to seize the opportunity to circumvent democracy, bypass parliamentary accountability, and fundamentally change our firearms laws through an order in council. Rather than be accountable to Parliament and have expert witnesses called to testify and analyze these changes, they are bringing uncertainty and division to many of my constituents and millions of law-abiding Canadian firearms owners. This firearms ban will do nothing to protect public safety. Taking firearms away from law-abiding hunters and sport shooters does nothing to stop dangerous criminals who obtain their guns illegally. Instead, there should be investments made to support police anti-gang and anti-gun units, youth crime prevention, the CBSA Firearms Smuggling Task Force, border security, and increased funding to access mental health and addictions treatments. These are more constructive Conservative solutions to help combat gun violence, and I hope the Liberals heed our calls. We all want a safe country, but needlessly attacking law-abiding firearms owners does nothing to improve public safety. Mr. Chair, another problem I continually hear from my constituents is internet access. Lambton-Kent Middlesex is a rural riding, and getting high-speed internet access is a challenge for many, not to even mention the cost of the service. During this pandemic, I've had constituents who have seen monthly bills of $500. I have seen no concrete solution from this government to help people in this situation. Being at home amidst this pandemic is difficult. With children learning online and people working from home, high-speed internet accessibility is a necessity. We need to ensure that rural Canadians have access to this service and they don't have to pay exorbitant prices for it. Mr. Chair, these are unprecedented times, but despite all of this happening, I am hopeful that all Canadians will get the help that they need, and not just a select few. I am working hard every day to ensure my constituents of Lambton-Kent Middlesex are heard, and I am committed to fighting for them and getting the answers that they deserve amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Nous allons maintenant continuer. La parole passe à Monsieur Barsalou.
And now, Mr. Barsalou Duval. Thank you very much. I'd like to say that I'm going to share my time with the member for Joliette, and as well as the member for Thérèse de Blainville. So each of them will have a third of the time for 3 periods of 10 minutes. As you know, under this circumstances, the current circumstances, as the critic for transport, I would like to devote my time to an issue that I care about greatly, and I have asked many questions to the Minister of Transport on this on several occasions, such as the virtual COVI committee. And now I would like to ask these same questions, or rather, when I asked these questions to the Honourable President of the Treasury Board, I didn't receive convincing answers. I wanted to ask about the infamous travel credits offered by companies to consumers whose flights are cancelled. Mr. Speaker, we know that many Canadians are suffering during the current situation, as the economy has almost entirely ground to a halt. And among these Canadians, some have lost their job. And some of those who have lost their job had already bought airplane tickets. These people would like to be able to pay their bills, to pay their car payments and other bills, their mortgage. And some of them had previously said, okay, things are going well, we're going to book a trip, we're going to buy airplane tickets, but then the pandemic began. These people lost their jobs, and not only they can't take their trip, but they're not even getting the money back. Imagine the state of mind of these people. Some of them had spent $1,000, and they're the lucky ones. Some had spent many thousands of dollars, because depending on the destination and the number of people in the family, it can reach really high sums. When someone thus sees that they've lost $5,000 or $10,000, well, that's really difficult. Others had put the money on their credit card. They didn't necessarily have the money to pay for the trip because they were planning to pay it down after their trip because they're going to go to work, and thanks to their paycheck, they're going to be able to pay it down. And now they can't. We need to show solidarity. And we see that the government is showing a lot of solidarity to air carriers. We'd prefer if they also showed solidarity to people who had bought these tickets. Of course, these companies have also been affected by the crisis. Some have lost 95% of their revenue. We understand that, but we don't think that these consumers should have to fund operating costs for these companies. If these companies need help, well, there are already assistance programs. The wage subsidy, the large business loan program that was announced last week. Some businesses have already received assistance. For example, Air Canada has already applied for the 70% wage subsidy program. $788 million from EDC were also loaned to help with operating costs. So yes, the government is funding these companies to help them continue operating. But it isn't even demanding that the companies refund these tickets. And the worst part is that this violates the law. The government isn't even asking these companies to respect the law. Maybe because it's the Quebec law under the Civil Code. And it seems like the federal government always has a lot of trouble with Quebec laws. But under the Quebec legislation, the Consumers Protection legislation in Quebec, it says that when a service is not granted, even under cases of force majeure, even then the client can ask for a refund because the person has paid for a service and deserves to get the money back. And yet the government seems to be having a lot of trouble understanding this because there are supposed to be federal regulations to protect travelers. There's an organization, the Canada Transports Bureau, and ultimately the government is just telling these air companies that it's perfectly fine to just offer a credit to be reimbursed within the next several years. It's odd to see these federal institutions cozying up to air companies and not doing more to help defend those who had bought these tickets. We're asking for something very simple. We're asking the government to apply rules that already exist and work perfectly well. If this were any other type of sector, this would be unacceptable. It seems like airlines are getting a free pass. It seems like perhaps they have some kind of special exemption. I have to wonder if some of their executives aren't a bit close to the government. Perhaps that's why the government isn't listening. We have done all sorts of things. I have questioned various ministers on this. Our leader has also spoken before the media today. We have spoken to consumers' organizations. Letters have been sent to the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport. We have highlighted that the federal government is supporting an illegal measure. How can the government let businesses carry out illegal measures? I'm sorry, I misspoke because I'm so upset about this. But the organization Option Consommateur asked me if I'd be ready to sponsor a petition for them. And I said, of course. As MPs, we can table petitions in the House. The petition was authorized by the clerk. And there are almost 5,000 signatures already. That shows how many people are affected by the situation. It's not just a few privileged individuals. No, this is a pretty broad-based issue. Sometimes people come back and say, well, then the companies might go bankrupt. But let's take an example. Air Canada received almost $800 million. Well, if you look at their financial statements, they were sitting on $6 billion. All right, people might come back and say, well, $6 billion is a lot of money, but these companies have big expenses, so maybe it's not actually that much. But if you look, these companies are actually only losing $20 million a day. So if you divide 6 billion by 20 million, that means they actually have a year of liquidity. On the other hand, the average Canadian who bought a ticket doesn't necessarily have the ability to survive after a year. In fact, many people aren't able to pay their bills after a couple months. What's the priority here? To be helping big corporations that have a year of liquidity, or to help people who are struggling month to month? That's the real question. And regarding Air Canada's $6 billion in liquidity, $2.6 billion, not 2.6 million, not $2.6, $2.6 billion. That's quite a lot of airplane tickets. This is money that belongs to the clients, but the company's refusing to refund it. Whereas everywhere else in the world, the US, the EU, these countries have the common sense to say that companies need to refund clients for canceled trips. It seems like in Canada we're in another world, a world where airlines are more important than individuals. We believe that these companies need to refund clients. And ultimately, the government isn't going to win out here. It's illegal for the companies to be confiscating this money. There have already been several class action suits that have been brought against these companies for their illegal practices. The government is defending something indefensible. It shouldn't insist on defending these practices, which are unacceptable. Instead, the government should sit down with the companies in question and say, okay, we're gonna get together, we're gonna talk. And the government should say, you're not going to get any more money from us until you have reimbursed consumers who deserve to get that money back. And the amazing thing is, the government is constantly talking with the airlines. You can see that on the lobbyists lists. So the government had many opportunities to say that consumers should be getting their money back. Money for trips that they never got to go on. It's all very well to get a 24-month credit. People aren't going to be ready to travel in the next 24 months necessarily. They may not want to, they may not feel safe doing so, their employers may not let them, and they might not even be able to pay for the ticket. Because the company says, well, if your ticket costs $2,000, you get a $2,000 credit, but that trip might not even cost $2,000 anymore in a few months. So if it now costs $4,000 or $5,000, too bad. You're going to have to pay the difference. We are not going to give up on this topic. Mr. Sainte-Marie, please. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech regarding how important it is to protect consumers. We talked about airplane tickets. When we look at what's happening in the EU, in the States, airlines are having to pay back these tickets when the trip wasn't actually undertaken. And assistance programs are based on that. The only exception is Canada. So I'd like to encourage my honorable colleague to continue pushing this issue, because this needs to change. As for me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to talk about the emergency measures to support the economy. Various measures have been brought forward to support workers. And my colleague who will speak after me is going to tell us more about it. The changes that have been brought forward recently to help people get back to work. There's the EI system, and now we're going through a health crisis. And as soon as the crisis hit, the EI system showed that it wasn't up to the task, so the government stepped in with the wage subsidy and the emergency assistance measure. Now, initially, the system was a bit Mickey Mouse. The government told companies to just hold the money back from payments to the government. Then the government looked at what's being done elsewhere in the world, like in Denmark, and some changes were made. But now there's another problem. SMEs' fixed costs. Organizations that represent SMEs are asking the government for help with this because it's not just about wages. There's also fixed costs. On the 11th of April, a motion was adopted in this House. In this motion, the government was asked to create measures to support businesses with their fixed costs. And ultimately, it all came to nothing. After all that talk, there is a rent assistance program, but it doesn't work well at all. It's extremely weak. And the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has asked the government to entirely overhaul the program. The Quebec Retail Association, for example, has said that its members, businesses that are eligible for this program, 40% are saying that the owner of the building doesn't want to help out or participate in the program. So in many cases, even though these SMEs would be eligible, the owner of the building just doesn't want to participate. They prefer to take the loss and pay less in taxes. So it's just not working. Yesterday at the Finance Committee, we spoke to executives at the CMHC. They were surprised that it's not working because you'd think that the owner would ultimately think it's to their advantage to sign an agreement like this. But in many cases, that's not the case. They prefer to just deal with the loss and pay less taxes later. So ultimately, this is not a good program. It needs to be modified. Now, rent support is also important because that's a big part of fixed costs. But there are also other fixed costs. Each SME has its own structure. There's payroll, there's fixed costs of other kinds. It's not all rent. Ultimately, it's a matter of flexibility. We need a program to help them.
What we're humbly proposing is why not put in place a tax credit, a refundable tax credit for fixed costs? So if a small business can show that it's affected by the current crisis, there's a drop in revenue, a 30% drop, for example, once that proof or evidence is provided, when the company does its taxes at the end of the year, then at that point, half of the amount, half of those expenditures, would become a refundable tax credit. Why half? Well, because the rent assistance program put in place by the government covers 50% of the rent. Now, if we go back to the rental assistance, emergency assistance fund, as I said earlier, not necessarily everyone wants to opt in. Then in that case, we need to provide the assistance directly to the company, the small business renting the space. That would be more effective, and it would work better. Why are we suggesting that? Well, because many building owners don't want to participate in the program. With our proposal of a tax credit for fixed costs, a small business could use that for rent. So that would enable us to respond to the motion adopted in the House and which called upon the government to come forth with measures to help small businesses for fixed costs. So a refundable tax credit for fixed costs would be effective. And again, the rent assistance needs to be adapted and changed because, Madam Chair, there's a major problem. Because the business needs to show that there's been a drop in income linked to COVID. But how much? 70%. So we're not talking about 50% like the wage subsidy for the first point or the 30%. It's not even double that. It's 70%. So it's very targeted. Small businesses have seen their revenues plummet. And a tax credit like we're proposing would cover off more businesses. The limit could be 30% for fixed costs. So that would be what the tax credit for fixed costs could cover. So I know my time is almost up, but I will summarize by saying that a motion was adopted on the 11th of April, urging the government to put in place measures for fixed costs. Nothing has come forth except for the bigger rental assistance that isn't working. And I reiterate that as the Federation I mentioned earlier stated. Small businesses are facing great difficulties. There is an emergency loan program. It's $40,000 if it's refunded in time. Of the $40,000, $10,000 would become a refundable or forgivable loan. We want to see a longer standing effort. We want that increased to $20,000, for example. That would help companies when it comes to fixed costs. Economic activity has stopped. Not all of the costs disappear with that. This would be a supplement. So the forgivable part of the loan should be doubled, in our opinion. Today, the Minister of Finance announced some details for the plan for large corporations. The time frame for reimbursement is 5 years, so we should see the same time frame for small businesses. Instead of having it to required to be paid back by the end of 2022, we would propose a 5-year period. Now, I talked about fixed costs, but we could also talk about the emergency Bennett. And it'll be very interesting, and we'll go to my colleague, the member for Thérèse de Blainville, to hear her remarks on that. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, and I would like to congratulate my colleagues for their expert remarks on these important issues. These are issues stemming from the crisis that we're facing. It's a health crisis, but it's also economic in nature. It's also social and humanitarian in nature. I'd like to use the 10 minutes I have to go back to something that's important to the Bloc Québécois, something that's very important to me personally. As a critic for Labour, Madam Chair, what I can say is that since the outset, as a party, we have been on the offensive. We've been calling for more proposals, putting forth proposals. We know that the government response was to put in place the emergency response benefit, a health-based emergency response benefit, and we have to remember why. Because the employment insurance regime that hasn't been updated since or in 40 years with outdated rules was not up to the task. It couldn't provide assistance during this crisis. So the Canada Emergency Response Benefit was put in place to enable workers who didn't qualify for EI to have income during the crisis. Following that, we saw that people were falling through the cracks. It was improved to include the seasonal workers. At the beginning, people said, well, they didn't lose their jobs because of COVID. But, well, if they didn't lose their jobs because of COVID, well, they couldn't find a job or hope to find a job because of COVID. So some adjustments were necessary, and they were beneficial for workers. Last Friday, we saw the coming into force of the emergency benefit for students. There was a motion adopted on the 29th of April, and I'll correct what I said this morning. It was the 29th, not the 20th. It was the emergency benefit for students, and it's something, too, that was very necessary. Everyone agrees. The bloc called for a measure like that, as well as aid for seniors. Students are facing a crisis as well. An academic crisis because their lives have been turned upside down. The fear of not being able to find a job because, unlike what some people think, students are not lazy. They're not people who don't like to work. They want experience. So this measure was put forth to help them so that they could have the money necessary to continue their studies, because it's affecting an entire generation that we don't want to sacrifice. We supported that, and we had called for that assistance as well. However, we also called for the CERB and the new student benefit measures that are designed for workers and students and we wanted to ensure that they weren't deprived of the income upon finding a job. Unemployment is at 70%. 2 million jobs were lost in a single day. It was a dark day, and that emergency funding needs to be maintained while allowing people to get back to work and the economy to resume, because the economy can't pick up without workers, essential workers and students. Now, the motion was adopted on April 29th to ensure that the CERB and the benefit for students fulfill their objective for support and to cover jobs in all circumstances. Now, Madam Chair, what angers me is that under point E in the motion of April 29th, there was a commitment made. And in my past life, I was involved in a lot of negotiations, locally with employers, nationally with governments. And if there's something that's adopted, be it a contract, a collective agreement, or something that's negotiated, what we need is for people to honor the commitments they make, honor their word. And it wasn't done here. When we looked face to face, we acknowledged that something needed to be done. So if someone were to earn more than $1,000, $1,001, for example, It wouldn't be all or nothing. Either you lose your $2,000 under the CERB, or the $1,500 under the emergency benefit would be lost. That runs counter to economic recovery, and it runs counter as well to the commitment made here in the House, where we accepted the rules of the game. When someone gives their word, that is important. Now, the minister who was present could tell us how important the negotiations were, and the minister knows that when someone gives their word, that needs to be honored. When we give our word as a commitment, that is important. Now, today I asked 4 questions on the very topic. And it's disappointing to ask questions and not get an answer. Now, is it the question that wasn't good? There are no bad questions. I'm not saying that the answers are bad, but we deserve to receive answers to our questions. The bloc talked about conditions, and we agreed that what we adopted for Parliament is applicable for a crisis, but we can't commit when other parties commit to conditions but then don't respect those conditions. So I believe that questions about employment and jobs are going unanswered, and one day we're going to have to ask those questions. We are in a transition, working towards recovery. Some aspects need to be improved, others need to be improved and revised. The CERB will come to an end, and when it ends, what will happen with the program, the EI program? What will happen to those workers who didn't qualify? How will we manage that transition? And in the measures that we put forth for incentives to find work, if I can find a job, for example, a better paying job, well, we want to support those workers and students by saying, you need that, but you also need more. So I will wrap up saying that when we negotiate a contract, when we make a commitment, not honor the commitment. So I would invite the government to say how and when it will be honoring the commitments that it made on April 29th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
The opportunity to share some thoughts during this crisis. Before I go any further, I want to just take a moment to express on behalf of all New Democrats our condolences to the friends and family of Captain Jennifer Casey, the really tragic loss of life. And her work is something that she's very proud of. She was someone who spent time here in Ottawa, so there's lots of folks in Ottawa that have got connections through Captain Casey. She studied in Carleton, and folks knew her as someone who was always a positive person, willing to help out anyone who needed, and people talked about how proud she was of the work she did with the snowboard operation Inspiration and with the snowboard in general. I also want to send our best wishes to the friends and family, and as well to Captain Richard McDougall on a quick and speedy recovery, as he was injured in the operation as well. Au nom de tous les néo-démocrates,
on behalf of all New Democrats, I want to offer my condolences to the loved ones of Jennifer Casey, Captain Jennifer Casey, and I wish a speedy recovery to Captain Richard McDougall.
Madam Speaker, there's been some talk about what Parliament should look like, and I just want to touch on that very briefly. Parliament is here, and it should always be here, to serve the people that we represent. And our goal as New Democrats is to ensure, first and foremost during this crisis, that the priority of every single government program must be in ensuring help gets to people. And one of those things is directly getting help to people through things like the CERB. We are going to continually push to make sure people don't fall through the cracks. Right now, there are far too many people, due to a minor loophole or a criteria that they don't meet, but who are desperately in need and cannot access the CERB. To those folks, I want you to know we see you, we hear you, and we are going to continue to fight to make sure you are not forgotten. We want the CERB to function in a way where anyone who needs it, anyone who is desperate right now, anyone who is struggling right now, should be able to access it. That's the way the program should be designed. During a pandemic, during a global pandemic, for some reason the government seems focused on designing programs to exclude a mythical person they think is not going to receive help at the risk of those who need it most falling through the cracks. And to me, that is the wrong way to approach it. I would rather ensure a program does not miss anyone, and those who may receive help that don't need it, we can easily tax that back next year during the tax season. We believe that there are ways to use this space, use the tools of Parliament to continue to push the government to deliver more. And that's what we've been able to do so far. Using a combination of virtual and in-person sittings, we've been able to push the government. And we're proud that we were able to raise these concerns, that so many people were being missed by the government. And we got commitments to include students, and then students were included. We got commitments to address the fact that seniors were completely missed, that those who are some of the most vulnerable did not have any increased supports during this difficult time. We pushed the government and succeeded in achieving that as well. We fought in motions to ensure that those Canadians living with disabilities are also being forgotten by this government. There was a commitment made, but to date, there is still no help for Canadians living with disabilities, no increased supports, and we're going to continue to push for that. We've talked about increasing the wage subsidy from 10%. We cited countries like Denmark, UK, and Sweden who are doing at least 75%, and the government weeks later agreed to going to 75%. So we have fought for and achieved some significant gains for people, for workers during this crisis, and we want to continue to do that. The way that's done should be in a way that's safe, that ensures the most access possible for members of Parliament so they can represent their constituents, and we're following the expert advice of public health professionals. One of the areas where we want to continue to push this government is something that I want to make really clear is no longer a choice. It is no longer a choice for someone to have paid sick leave or not. It must be guaranteed. Every Canadian needs access to paid sick leave of at least 2 weeks in our country. And we are suggesting now during this difficult time that might be a difficult burden for businesses at this point. So we are saying the government should implement paid sick leave for all Canadians of at least 2 weeks. We can use the CERB or the employment insurance programs that exist, but we need to deliver that. That is something that should no longer be a question. It should be answered in the affirmative. We need paid sick leave for all Canadians. No longer should a Canadian have to make that difficult choice. Do they go into work knowing that they might infect a colleague, but if they stayed at home, they're not getting paid because there's no paid sick leave, so then they risk not being able to pay their bills or not being able to put food on the table. That is not a choice that Canadians should have to make, and that's why we're going to continue to push for paid sick leave. In addition to this call is not a call that we're making in isolation. We have heard from provinces, provincial leaders, and governments have raised this concern. Businesses have raised this concern. Paid sick leave is vital, and we're going to continue to push for it. Now, in specific, we've heard some leadership from Premier Horgan, who said this is an opportunity for the government, the federal government, to step up and provide leadership in a federal program that provides paid sick leave. Les responsables de la santé publique sont clairs.
Public health authorities are clear that people must stay at home if they're sick, but as I said, They cannot do so if they need to make a decision between a day of wages and doing the right thing. We continue to urge the government to provide paid sick leave for all workers by using federal programs that exist, like employment insurance or the CERB.
Really troubling part of this crisis, what we've seen that has been simply heartbreaking, has been the fact that this pandemic and the impact of this pandemic has been borne on the backs of seniors, particularly seniors living in long-term care homes. It is heartbreaking when we think about that for a moment. We just pause and think about those who are most vulnerable, those who have lived their entire lives sacrificing and working to build up, to be a part of building up this country. Those seniors are the ones who have suffered the most is not just heartbreaking, but it is wrong. And so what we are saying is that we need the federal government to show leadership to push for a care guarantee. What does that mean, a care guarantee? Well, we want to know that seniors are guaranteed good quality care. Loved ones want to know that their parents and grandparents are cared for. And workers need a guarantee that they will have the equipment they need to stay safe and a good salary to be able to work and do their job. I know the Prime Minister has said that he doesn't believe it's his job, that it's not the federal government's job, it's not the Prime Minister's job to address long-term care. That is a provincial jurisdiction. In the face of 82% of the deaths in COVID-19 being seniors in long-term care, in the face of the military having been called in to long-term care homes, I reject the idea that the federal government has no role to play. The federal government can play a role, and one of the most significant roles the federal government can play is to fund long-term care, to increase funding for healthcare, to acknowledge that decades of neglect, decades of reduction in healthcare transfers, to the point that at one point where our healthcare transfers were 50-50 in terms of responsibility between federal governments and provincial, now they're closer to 80-20, where 80% of the responsibility is borne by the provinces and 20% in transfers from the federal government. That is simply wrong, and it needs to be reversed. Someone told me that if you think about it, the fact that our armed forces, those who, men and women who provide an incredible service for our country and are proud to help out in any way that they can, whether it's disaster or whether it's serving abroad, but the fact that those men and women that serve in our armed forces had to be called in to care for seniors in long-term care homes should be something that we're ashamed of. Not of the hard-working men and women, but we should be ashamed of the fact that it got to that point. And that's why I'm calling on this government, that yes, you can play a federal role, that you must play a leadership role in fighting for better for these seniors so that this never happens again. Le Premier ministre aime dire que
the Prime Minister likes to say that what's happening in Canada in long-term care is a provincial problem. But what does he think about the fact that by applying what Stephen Harper did to healthcare transfers, the provinces ended up facing a $31 billion shortfall over 10 years?
Conservatives, by Prime Minister Stephen Harper, that were implemented by the Liberal government and Prime Minister Trudeau. In Ontario, we've also learned something else. Well, something else that's been clear across the country, but in Ontario, it's been glaring. That those seniors who lived in for-profit homes were the most vulnerable, 4 times more likely to die from COVID-19 in a for-profit home than in a not-for-profit. That evidence alone should make it very clear that profit has no place in the care of seniors. And I will make it really clear as New Democrats, our position is that we need to remove profit from any care of seniors. We've heard from previous Health Minister, Ms. Philpott, that if you look at the business model of a company that's trying to make profit, and if you look at their model, and when it comes to seniors, clearly if they're trying to make money, it's going to impact the way they deliver care. It means they're going to cut services. It means they're going to cut staffing. It means they're going to cut corners to generate that profit. And if nothing else, it means in order to generate a profit, some of the money won't be reinvested into care for the residents. Some of the money will be siphoned to profit. And for-profit long-term care homes are extremely lucrative. We're talking about revenues in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, those revenues are made by the company, meaning they don't go to the staff and they don't go to the residents who need the care. So one of the things that we need to make absolutely clear is that we know that some immediate fixes. We need to get profit out of the system, and we also need to make sure that workers are paid a good salary so they can work and do their job. Workers in long-term care often have to work in multiple centers. It means that they risk exposure to illnesses or potentially spreading illnesses, and they don't often have the protective equipment they need. To put these workers at risk and to put these residents at risk is something we should consider a risk to all of us. We need to look at families who want to know that their loved ones are being cared for. We need to know that, or families need to know that their parents and their loved ones are being cared for, and that's the care guarantee. I want to turn quickly to the future of the CERB. We know that this crisis has left a massive impact on our economy, on jobs, and there are many sectors that are going to be impacted differently. Those involved in the live music, entertainment, festivals, cultural activities, those sectors are the hardest hit and will be some of the last or the slowest to recover. So we need to look at a more permanent solution or a longer or an extension of the CERB to help out those folks impacted. We also need to look at the impact of this crisis on exposing some of the weaknesses in our system. The fact that our social safety net is not there. The fact that we cannot go back to normal. We need to go forward to something better. And that's what we're committed to doing. Pharmacare, dental care, head-to-toe healthcare coverage, investments in people now is the best way to recover. We're going to hear from conservatives who are going to talk about debt and deficit as a way to raise fear, and have people be afraid to invest in one another, to take care of one another. And I think that is the worst thing we could do. We've seen in the past, when we invest in people, we have better results. And finally, I'll just wrap up with this. I talked about this earlier. Any cent of public dollars that goes towards supporting businesses has to be focused on supporting workers. Every dollar, every cent has to be connected to job protection or job creation. We don't want to see any money go to a company that's going to pay more money to their CEO, give bonuses, or give money to their shareholders. Money must be strictly allotted to job creation and job protection. And finally, there's no way that any money should go to a company that is that is using offshore tax havens to cheat the system. That should not be allowed. And I again call on the government to fix their proposals to end the CEO bonuses as well as offshore tax havens. Money should go to people, not to the profits of companies. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm sharing.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, Mr. Boulris. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the leader of the NDP for his excellent speech. I would like to take up some of the subjects that he remarked on at the end of his speech. I wanted to talk about healthcare, and he opened the door to that by discussing the fact that as progressives, healthcare shouldn't be an industry which aims to make money and profits. We want to be able to take care of our seniors in long-term care centers. We don't want them to exist mainly to fill the pockets of their executives. You might say, well, shouldn't there be exceptions? Shouldn't it be more flexible? Well, Madam Chair, I don't know if everyone is aware of this. So much has been happening that it's easy to forget things, but I would like to discuss the case of the long-term care center the Heron Care Center in Dorval, there was a heinous crisis. The Public Health Service of Montreal had to ultimately take over control of the center. When people went in, they realized that deceased seniors were still in their beds. Some of these seniors had fallen and were still on the ground because there was no one there to help them up. Some of these seniors had not been bathed for weeks. Some of them hadn't eaten for days and were dehydrated because they hadn't received any water. Because when the crisis began, the workers who worked there were so badly paid and working in such bad conditions that they left. And then there wasn't enough staff to take care of these seniors. And how much does it cost monthly to live there? $3,000 to $10,000 a month. These people were spending thousands of dollars a month, and some of them were ill, injured, or even died there with a total lack of dignity. We need to make sure that this kind of thing never happens again. The situation in Quebec is concerning. The light at the end of the tunnel that we're seeing now, with the slight easing of confinement and opening of stores, well, we hope that is going to happen. We would invite everyone to continue being cautious and respect the rules. In Quebec, there are more than 3,800 deaths since the beginning of the pandemic. And more than 50% of cases in Canada are in Quebec currently. Once again, I would like to thank all of the workers in our healthcare system. They have shown incredible courage and sacrifice. They haven't skimped on all their time and efforts, but I think that they have some very legitimate grievances, whether it be nurses or lab technicians. All of these professionals are starting to be exhausted. This summer, they will be able to go on holiday, but I hope that in the years to come, they will also get better working conditions, better wages, and better access to PPE. And speaking of courage, I would like to tell a story. The story of Marcelin François. He is one of the ones who heeded the call. He was working 5 days a week in a factory, and on weekends he would volunteer to work in long-term care centers. He was part of an agency that allowed people to work in different healthcare centers, which is dangerous. And very unfortunately, Marcelin François died in the middle of April. He had caught the virus in one of these centers. Why am I telling you about him? Well, his partner, and his family arrived in Canada a few years ago, taking a road which has been discussed extensively in this chamber. He came on Roxham Road. He was a refugee, an asylum claimant, and he was trying to give his family a new life. This is a tragic story, but it's also one that can ultimately lead us to rethink myths and prejudices. We too often hear about refugees and asylum claimants as people who are dangerous for our society, as people who are just trying to take advantage of us, take away our jobs, and even as potential criminals sometimes, as we have heard from some parties that are much farther to the right than we are. But here we see a very concrete situation. This man and his wife had come to Canada to participate in our society, to help. In fact, he wanted to help so much that he went to work in the most dangerous location, and he paid for that with his life. I think we should remember that many of these asylum claimants, people from Haiti, Africa, or Latin America, these people are here to find a better life, to leave behind oppression and poverty. And I think it's very important to focus on their contributions and how they deserve to be treated. So we at the NDP want to make sure that all of these essential workers who in many cases are asylum claimants and don't have permanent residence or another official status, we should accelerate the process and ensure that they can get that more quickly. I think these people who are placing themselves at risk to care for and protect our seniors, I think the least thing we could do would be to recognize their efforts by giving them official resident status in Quebec and in Canada. And speaking of essential workers, I would just like to remind us of the hard work of all our workers, essential workers in our towns and municipalities, who are working hard to ensure that we still have drinking water, to ensure that our garbage is picked up, so that there is still public transit in our towns, to ensure that our communities work well. And as I mentioned earlier today, our municipalities aren't getting anything. They aren't getting any assistance from the federal government. Of course, municipalities are under provincial jurisdiction. But during a crisis like this, we should be able to negotiate and find solutions. It wouldn't be the first time that there was a federal, provincial, municipal special program. That's happened many times for infrastructure, and this would be a good time to do it again, because municipalities are really suffering right now. They keep telling us that they're suffering. The mayor of Montreal only yesterday launched an appeal during a press conference. She was talking about the fiscal gap. She said, "Where do you expect me to find this $500 million amount?" Municipalities are not allowed to run deficits. So there are two things for them to do. They can ask for more property taxes, which would be catastrophic under the current circumstances, or they have to cut services. But what municipal services can really be cut? At any rate, how can you cut them enough to get $500 million? That's impossible. Federal and provincial governments need to do more. Because currently, transit companies and municipalities don't have access to things like the wage subsidy, and they're really struggling. Another issue where the federal government is not doing enough, and I don't understand why, is the asymmetrical bilateral agreement on social housing between the Quebec government and the federal government. We've been hearing that that's going to happen for months. The last time this was dealt with was in 2017, 2.5 years ago. In July, with the rent increase and the fact that people have lost their jobs, there's going to be a crisis. People will have to leave their housing and find a different place to live. In Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, less than 1% of housing is unoccupied. So where are people going to go? Does it mean they're going to have to move to a different neighborhood? Does it mean that they're going to have to move their kids to a different school? The government has been delaying this for years, and we're going to see the consequences of that in July. But at least if we would start negotiating it, at least there would be something set up for next year or 2022 to avoid having that happen again. The Liberal government minister told us last February that something was in the pipeline, but so far we still haven't heard anything, even though it's already late May. Is this because people can't decide who is responsible for this? Because someone's talking about standards and someone else is talking about decor? I mean, really, when we're talking about people's lives, it's absolutely deplorable that people can't make up their mind and ultimately come to a decision. There's a simple solution. $1.5 billion, which is due to Quebec, which has been sitting in Ottawa for years. It should be sent to the Accès Logis housing program in Quebec. It's a program that has extremely broad support, and it would allow us to start providing new housing. The Liberal government sometimes does things quite oddly. For example, there's the issue of how they're ignoring tax havens. They say we're pitting workers against each other. That's not what we're doing. We're just saying that if people don't pay their fair share of taxes, they shouldn't expect taxpayer assistance. If you're cheating and you're sending your money to the Bahamas Barbados, the Cayman Islands, it doesn't make any sense to see that the Liberal government is still giving these companies taxpayer money. It's going to be business as usual. Even though this kind of cheating costs us tens of billions of dollars a year. Unacceptable. Another thing is that big companies are getting money. Sure, yes, this is a crisis for everyone, and these companies do have employees, but this assistance program with the 70% wage subsidy program, well, there's two, and these big businesses could use both, which is interesting. But would there be a way to make arrangements or guarantees to ensure that these sums are actually being used to help workers? We in the NDP have our doubts. We're thinking that this money could be used for executive bonuses, shareholder dividends, or for people who are not actually working in Quebec or Canada. An example of these big companies that are using both programs is Air Canada, which is still doing layoffs. We're contacted by a union that is telling us that there are situations that are absolutely absurd right now, because many airplanes in the Air Canada fleet are elsewhere in the world, especially in the United States. These airplanes require daily maintenance. But currently, Air Canada is leaving its fleet in the States, and these airplanes are being maintained by American workers. There could be requirements. They could say, well, if we're going to give you $10 billion, you have to bring your planes back to Canada, and Quebec and Canadian workers will ultimately have to maintain these airplanes. It's extremely unfortunate. I know I have 1 or 2 minutes left. Another thing that I'm concerned about is that we're very worried about access to the internet. This crisis has shown to what an extent this has become a public service which is completely essential for economic activity, communication, and continuity for people's work with video conference. Currently, there are 2 federal funds to try to cover more of the ground and offer more communities access to internet. There's one with the CRTC, and then there's a $1.7 billion fund for universal broadband, and that's managed by the Minister of Innovation. The concern here is that some contracts have been granted to telecommunications giants. They're going to take a % of the work that needs to be done. A subcontractor is going to get that work, is going to take a cut and send that to another subcontractor. And who's ultimately going to choose what areas, what communities are going to be covered or no? Is it going to be the subcontractors who pick that, or is it going to really be in the public interest? This is a vital service. We're going to keep asking questions about this, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to say that I do appreciate the committees of the whole with 5-minute exchanges with ministers, but this is a good example of a subject where maybe we should do more. We should have further debate and discuss subjects that affect people and that don't necessarily have anything direct to do with the current pandemic. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think my time is up.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Mr. Manley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House again, to be here. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin First Nation, and as uninvited guests, and to them I say miigwech. I'd like to thank the hard work of my staff who have been just going overtime during this crisis. The phone calls, the emails, dealing with constituents in crisis is difficult work. And I really appreciate what they've done, and I know that constituents do as well. I'd like to thank the government for their response. And I know that many Canadians have needed help and are getting help. And, you know, the opposition and members of the Liberal backbench have brought forward all kinds of issues and gaps in the programs, and the government has been responsive and helping Canadians. And I think that that's really important at this time, that we have this
unity, working together, because our constituents and Canadians are important and they need our help. And playing politics during a pandemic and a crisis isn't the right thing to do. Working together to make sure that we deal with people is the right thing to do and help them with their problems. There's still many needs that people have. For small businesses, there's still too many that are falling through the cracks and unable to access relief. A lot of micro businesses are having problems. Some landlords won't sign the new CERCRA program. In cases where landlords refuse to cooperate, commercial tenants should be able to apply directly to the government. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses' latest report found that half of small businesses surveyed cannot make their June rent. We're asking the government to allow tenants to access the 50% rental funding when landlords don't agree to opt into the CERCRA program. We're also asking that the government ease the 70% revenue drop criteria for CERCRA so that more businesses can apply. The CEBA, the business account, still requires a business checking account, and I know that the government has promised changes to that, and I'm looking forward to hearing about those changes. This is something that opposition members have brought up on a number of times. Many in the arts and music industry who rely on summer business will need a lot more help to survive until next year, and I'm thinking about all of the festivals and all of the industry behind them that support them. RSM Productions in Nanaimo, the sound and lighting company, they've lost all of their contracts, and they're a company that needs help. Municipalities have experienced staggering drops in revenue and increased costs. They must continue to provide essential services, including police, fire, water, sewage, and waste management, regardless of those lost revenues. They're going to have trouble collecting property taxes from businesses and homeowners in financial distress. In my community, they've had free public transit, but ridership has been down to next to nothing anyway. The FCM estimates that municipal transit systems are incurring monthly losses of about $400 million due to diminished ridership, part of at least $10 to $15 billion in near-term, non-recoverable losses due to COVID-19. We need to help municipalities and understand that they are under provincial jurisdiction, but we do work with municipalities with the Green Infrastructure Fund, with the gas tax, and we need to be able to help municipalities weather this storm. Aboriginal Friendship Centres have been asking for more help. And I know in the Tillicum-Lalem Aboriginal Friendship Centre in my community provides a broad spectrum of important programs for the 12,000 urban Indigenous people in my riding, including a health centre, youth and elder housing, a youth safe house for homeless youth, a home for single moms, a food hamper program. They also provide mental health and addiction counseling and continue to provide that online during this crisis. And they're an integral part of the urban Indigenous community, and they're struggling seriously. They haven't received any funding yet, and they're expecting only to receive maybe $25,000 to $30,000. So I'm hoping that the government steps up with more funding for urban Aboriginal organizations. Many nonprofit organizations are suffering. In BC, nonprofits contribute $6.4 billion to the economy and employ 86,000 people. 78% are facing serious disruption. 74% have seen a large decrease in funding, and at least 19% are shutting down permanently. I was disappointed to see that the government contract Amazon rather than Canada Post for delivering PPE. And that's because of the way Amazon treats their employees. And we see Jeff Bezos now is on track to be the first trillionaire. In contrast, our Canada Post employees are paid well, they work hard for their money, and they return that money into our economy. And the Canadian Union of Public or Postal Workers has great ideas for how they can improve things in our economy, and including public banking and more energy efficient delivery systems. So we really need to be supporting our crown corporations rather than a trillionaire. Our airlines have really let down passengers. And, you know, the local Chamber of Commerce bought tickets to go to 2 separate conferences. And when they canceled those tickets, they got a voucher for 11 months from the day of cancellation. You know, how are they going to use that for the annual conference next year? That's completely useless to them. I have constituents who have tickets that the airline said you need to use your tickets before September, but there are no bookings before September. So the airlines are letting people down, and we need to stand up for consumers in this country the same way that the Europeans and the Americans do, and make sure that passengers get a refund or at least get a voucher that they can use. 11 months is ridiculous. 4 months is ridiculous. People living on CPP disability need relief and really need a permanent increase in their benefits so that they are on par with the benefits that the province gives people on disability. With our healthcare system, we've seen the need for improving healthcare, and we know that there's a $15 billion deficit just in maintenance in our healthcare system. And our long-term care system needs to be brought into the healthcare system properly so that our seniors are not abandoned to a for-profit model. OAS, CPP, GIS, our seniors have been asking for a raise in these things for a long time, and they deserve it. The cost of living in my riding has gone way up. The cost of renting a place, because the real estate values have escalated in the last 5 years, have driven up the cost of living. And we need to take these things into consideration. It's not the same in every part of the country, but in some parts of this country it is out of control. I know there's worries about fraud in the relief programs, but we see fraud in other areas. We see polluters who abandon their messes, declare bankruptcy, and then leave it for us, the citizens, the taxpayers, to clean up. That's privatizing the profits and socializing the losses, and that needs to end. We also need to make sure that offshoring of wealth, whether that's legal through loopholes or illegal through tax evasion, is stopped. We lose about $19 billion a year in taxes through tax evasion or tax avoidance. One of the things that I've been talking about for a while here is guaranteed livable income. It's similar to the basic income or universal basic income that's proposed, but we base it upon a basket of goods that the same way that a living wage would, so that people have the things that they need to survive. It's an idea that's gained support across the political spectrum, but the Greens have been talking about this for several decades. 50 Canadian senators have written to the Canadian Prime Minister calling for a minimum basic income for Canadians. The GIL establishes an income floor below which no Canadian can fall. It is something whose time has come. This crisis has shown us that there's a lot of issues that we need to deal with. One of the things that it's taught us is life is more important than money, and when we work together, we can get things done. And I look forward to continuing to improve the programs that the government has put forward. Thank you.
Le comité est ajourné jusqu'à...
The committee is adjourned until tomorrow at noon. Thank you very much. Have a good day.